Good evening. It is municipal election night.
Voters here in Toronto and across the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area are choosing who will make decisions on everything from housing to transit, policing to garbage pickup.
Now, at this point, you still have 60 minutes to vote in races for mayor, city councilor, regional chair, and school board trustee. Polls close at 8 o'clock, except at 9 polling stations in Toronto and a few more in Vaughan and in Hamilton.
It is also a big night for many families across the GTA celebrating Diwali.
Now, John Tory is just one of the GTHA mayors seeking another term. He is hoping for lucky number 3 tonight.
The CP24 team is also live in Brampton, Mississauga, Vaughan, and Hamilton, where the mayoral races include 2 former provincial party leaders.
Now, we'll be bringing you the latest all night as results come in with our reporters fanned out live across the GTHA. From 299 Queen Street West, this is Your Vote 2022 CP24 special municipal election coverage.
We'll be with you all night as the results come in and you mayors and councillors are elected.
Hello, I'm Nick Dixon.
And I'm Lena Ladefat. Welcome and thank you for joining us. This is Your Vote 2022 all night. We'll be updating council races across the GTHA on the right of your screen, just under the weather.
And on the bar at the bottom of your screen, we will be displaying live results of the mayoral races as the numbers and votes roll in.
Of course, those numbers are 0 until the polls close at 8 p.m.
Now, of course, joining us live tonight for some insight and analysis are 4 people who know all too well the challenges that Toronto faces and also what it was like to govern during and also recover from a pandemic. Former Toronto City Councillors Anna Bailau, Mike Layton, Kristen Wong-Tam, now an NDP MPP, and Joe Cressy are joining us on one side of our studio.
And on the other side, joining us live with their expert analysis of the races and the results are Adrian Batra, Editor-in-Chief of the Toronto Sun, and Gurathan Singh, former NDP MPP for Brampton East, along with Mitzi Hunter, Liberal MPP for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Now, CP24's Jennifer Shung will also be joining us throughout the evening from the Power Board. She'll be bringing us the stories behind the numbers. Good evening, Jen.
Good evening, Nick and Lena. Yes, this Power Board is also an interactive map of the GTHA. And as your votes are counted, the maps, the wards, they will change color and we'll be able to tell you the makeup of your local council, as well as who will be representing you at City Council for the next 4 years. Back to you.
Jennifer, thanks so much. This is a live look tonight at John Tory's headquarters at the Royal York Hotel, where he is hoping to deliver another victory speech.
And CP24's Christina Tanalia is in that room and joins us live now. What's it like in there at this point, Christina?
Well, as often is the case, it's a lot of hurry up and wait, but also anticipation and excitement. Certainly, that is the hope on behalf of Mayor John Tory, or I should say candidate, incumbent John Tory and his team. He will be watching the results tonight here at the Royal York Hotel in a suite with his family, his wife of 44 years, Barb. He has 4 children, 6 grandkids, and he is seeking a 3rd term. If he is successful, he will be the only mayor post-amalgamation, so post-1998, to proceed with a 3rd term. Certainly, if you're asking people in a city of 2.8 million, Canada's largest city, for a 3rd chance, you have to have earned it, or at least have convinced successfully the people of this city that you're the one to take them really out of the pandemic. You know, when the mayor was elected to his 2nd term back in 2018, nobody could have predicted what would have taken place, a health crisis that took over the world and the city. And certainly what happened was the mayor and the city had to shift their focus into ensuring the health and safety of residents and this health crisis. But that also meant for Tory there was a lot of unfinished business. This is an opportunity for him, if he gets 4 more years, to truly craft a legacy and wrap up some of the promises that he campaigned on essentially now 8 years ago, whether it is transit, whether it is traffic, whether it is affordable housing. But he has to convince the people in the city that he deserves another mandate to get it done. Nick, Lena.
Christina, thanks so much. We are also live at Gil Penalsoa's party headquarters, where the Toronto mayoral candidate hopes his pitch to voters about green spaces and transit will win him the mayor's seat at City Hall.
Now, Patrick Brown is seeking a second term as mayor of Brampton. His supporters tonight are gathering at the Speranza Banquet Hall.
And that is where we find CP24's Beatrice Faisman. Beatrice.
Lena, this is the same venue where back in 2018, then Mayor Linda Jeffrey had to deliver a surprise concession speech. Tonight, Patrick Brown certainly hoping quite the opposite for him. His campaign feels confident. I chatted with his campaign manager earlier this afternoon. He tells me he feels as though the team has done everything they possibly can to get Patrick Brown reelected for a second term in office as the mayor of this city, the fourth largest city in this province. Patrick Brown has 5 people running against him. One of his key challengers, largely believed to be Nikki Kaur. She's a municipal employee who has taken a leave of absence from her position to make a run at the city's top job. She's running on a pro-police agenda to stop violence here in this city. She wants to also improve health care here as well and increase what she calls integrity and belief in the political system. Why? Because this is a council that has been deeply fractured over the last few months. In fact, it's essentially been split 5 against 5, creating very little opportunity for work to actually get done at Brampton City Council. Of course, Patrick Brown, back in July, when he was nixed from the federal Conservative leadership, he decided to make a run for his job once again, and he's hoping he'll be successful. Of course, we'll bring you the sights and sounds from Patrick Brown headquarters as they happen. Nick and Lena, back to you.
We'll be watching closely. Thanks so much, Beatrice. And a familiar face at Queen's Park is now hoping to win Hamilton's top job tonight. There's a live look inside Andrea Horvath's headquarters at the Spice Factory. The former NDP leader announced her mayoral bid shortly after her party failed to win enough seats to beat Doug Ford's Progressive Conservatives in June's provincial election.
And that is where we find CP24's Mark Liverman tonight. Mark.
Yeah, Nick and Lena, there's no question about this. Andrea Horvath, of course, hoping to win mayor tonight here in Hamilton. Like you mentioned there, she stepped down over the summer as leader of the NDP. This is where we're expecting her to show up later on tonight. At this point, we also know in terms of voting locations, 12 different locations across Hamilton opened late today, and as a result, they're closing late. The city clerk actually called a state of emergency as a result of this situation. At this point, I can tell you a few different locations are closing now after 8 o'clock, one of them closing even after 9 o'clock tonight. So that is something that the city is dealing with right now at this point as well. But again, Andrea Horvath running for mayor here in Hamilton in a place that she started as city councillor many years ago. In terms of the why those locations, by the way, this morning, Nick and Lena, did not open on time. That's something I reached out to the city for, and so far I haven't heard back on. Back to you.
Okay, Mark Liverman in Hamilton tonight. Thank you, Mark. We'll take you to Vaughan now. That is where former Liberal leader Stephen Del Duca also has his sights set on municipal politics, announcing his bid to replace Maurizio Bevilacqua as mayor of Vaughan.
And CP24's Eden DeBebe will be there tonight, joining us live right now from the Monte Casino in Woodbridge. Eden, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening to Nick and Lena. That's right. He's looking to become mayor of Vaughan, and he might be a little bit easier than most because he's being endorsed by the current mayor of Vaughan, who's been mayor for 12 years now. So I'm sure that will certainly help. And we'll actually be speaking with the mayor later this evening about his choice to endorse Del Duca. And now Del Duca is running on a platform that might put him with a bit of an edge. He's running with the slogan of Get Vaughan Moving. As former Minister of Transportation, I'm sure he has a lot of plans of doing just that. But we will be having all the updates as the votes come in later tonight and be hearing from the mayor himself and from Del Duca with a concession speech or a speech announcing his win. Sending it back to you.
We'll have to wait and see. Eden, thanks so much. Bonnie Crombie is pushing for a third term as Mississauga mayor and is renewing calls for the city to split from Peel Region. She's gathering with her supporters tonight at Metalworks on Mavis Road. And
CP24's Bakari Savage is live at Metalworks, which of course tonight, Bakari, is Crombie HQ.
Yeah, good evening, Nick and Lena. We are here at Metalworks, where they have literally rolled out the red carpet and the velvet rope for incumbent Mayor Bonnie Crombie and 250 of her supporters. 8 years ago, that's when incumbent Mayor Bonnie Crombie began her journey to lead the city of Mississauga. 4 years ago, the people of Mississauga re-elected her with just over 76% of the vote. And this evening's race could see Crombie lead Mississauga into a new era and identity, one outside of Peel Region. What you're looking at right now, this is the overflow room. That's where catering and the bar have been set up. But you know what? The celebration's all going to be contingent upon the voice of the almost 830,000 people who call Mississauga home. Crombie launched her most recent campaign mid-September, and there had been a total of 8 candidates: Motion Khan, Melody J. Petty, Derek Rampkinson, David Shaw, Bobby Taft, George Tavares, and J.S. Trevette. However, having served as Ward 5 city councilor from 2011 to 2014 and MP before that, from 2008 to 2011, Crombie says that she is poised to lead Mississauga into its separation from Peel Region, just as the city is set to celebrate 50 years. And part of Crombie's argument is that Mississauga has grown from farmland to what she's calling the economic engine of Ontario, and that her city will save $1 billion in 10 years by doing this. So right now, we are in the room. This is where everything is going to happen. This is where Mayor Crombie is expected to deliver her victory speech right here. The Tom Barlow Band is set up to play her favorite song, Let's Dance, by David Bowie. We'll be checking with you all throughout the night.
Okay,
Lena,
Bakari,
Nick,
looking forward to it. Thanks so much. Now, the municipal election day this year is being held on the South Asian religious holiday, Diwali, celebrated by Hindus, Jains, and Buddhists. Sikhs are also celebrating Bandi Shore. The festival celebrates the spiritual victory of light over darkness and a chance for new beginnings. The city of Brampton is now allowing voters to cast a ballot at any location within their ward after there were concerns voiced by citizens and politicians that the election was being held on Diwali.
Now, when it came to advance voting this year, turnout in Toronto was down for the second consecutive municipal election, despite the extended voting period.
Officials say nearly 116,000 people cast a ballot at one of the 50 advance voting places across the city of Toronto between October 7th and 14th. That is down 7% compared to the total advance votes cast in the 2018 election and down 28% from the 2014 election.
But a very different story in Hamilton, where the race for mayor is certainly grabbing a lot of attention. Advance voting numbers there jumped, with Mayor Fred Eisenberger not seeking re-election. The top job is open tonight. Former provincial NDP and opposition leader Andrea Horwath is in the running, along with former Chamber of Commerce CEO Keenan Loomis and former Mayor and MP Bob Bratina. More than 31,000 people in Hamilton cast a ballot in early voting. That is up from 17,000 in 2018 and just 13,000 4 years earlier.
Just 3 days before Election Day, Toronto City Councillor Cynthia Lai passed away.
Now, her campaign confirmed that she died in hospital on Friday afternoon, surrounded by her family. Lai, who was seeking re-election, was first elected in Ward 23, Scarborough North, in 2018. Lai is survived by her husband and 2 adult children.
CP24's Lindsay Biscaya is at Milliken Park Community Center at a polling station in Ward 23, where residents have less than an hour now to cast their ballots. Lindsay.
Yeah, that's right, Lena. So, I mean, I do want to talk about Cynthia Lai a little bit more because we are in the ward that she was running in. But I do want to just a note for voters around the city of Toronto. The city of Toronto has announced that it is extending voting times for 9 different locations throughout the city. It says to make up for disruptions earlier today. So 9 different locations. Those extended times could be anywhere from 10 to 25 minutes. But none of those disruptions are where we are, which is in Ward 23. There's a steady stream of people coming in to vote here now that it's later in the evening. But at all the polling stations around Ward 23, there are notices up for voters in 5 different languages notifying voters of the death of Cynthia Lai, who was the incumbent running here. Her campaign team has since called for a by-election, but because there's 3 other candidates running in this ward, the city has said that it's going to continue as if she was not nominated. So if you do cast a vote for Cynthia Lai. That vote will not be counted, and that goes for advanced polls as well. I'll throw it back to you for now.
Okay, Lindsay Biscay, live in Ward 23. Appreciate that, Lindsay. And of course, keep in mind in the pop-up box beneath our screen there, you can see you got about 45 minutes left if you haven't voted yet, so keep that in mind. In the meantime, with those votes, the face of Toronto Council will definitely be changing, with many incumbents deciding not to seek re-election. This is certainly the case in Ward 10, Spadina-Fort York, which was held by one of our guests this evening, Joe Cressy, and Ward 11, University Rosedale, which was held by another one of our panelists, Mike Layton.
And for more on that, let's go live to CP24's Scott Hers from Cumberland Street in Ward 11. Good evening, Scott.
Lena and Nick, we're just off of Cumberland Street here at bustling Yonge and Bloor tonight, and this is Ward 11, University Rosedale, where, as you said, Mike Layton is not going to be running for re-election. So this opens up this seat to a whole host of people, at least a dozen people trying to run for the seat, and several people that do have some political notoriety, including Diane Sachs is running for this seat, former Ontario Climate Commissioner, as well as Norm Di Pasquale, who is a current Toronto Catholic District School Board trustee for this riding, as well as Robin Buxton Potts, who was appointed to Toronto Centre riding just a short time ago, but is now running in this riding just up the street from that riding as well. So the three downtown ridings is what you said will make up the changing face of Toronto City Council. Many different voices, many different faces, many different opinions back in City Hall once this election kind of finds its way out through the end of the day. Nick and Lena, will send it back to you.
All right, Scott, thank you. Now, there are no incumbents running in Ward 16, Don Valley East. That, of course, was held by Deputy Mayor Denzelman and Wong. And in Ward 18, Willowdale, which, of course, was held by longtime councillor John Fillion.
That might be a tight race tonight. For more on that, let's go live to CP24. Steve Ryan standing by in the area of Railside and Lawrence in Ward 16. Steve.
Yeah, Lena and Nick, I've been speaking with voters throughout the day, and the majority of them feel, despite the fact that there are 11 candidates running up here in Ward 16, they feel that Stephen Shawzik and John Burdside are the number one and two runners up here in this particular ward. This was Denzelman and Wong's ward for 22 years, so they are pretty excited. The constituents up here, that is, are pretty excited to see who their next councillor will be. Now, very quickly, just to the west in Willowdale, John Fillion is another incumbent that is not running. There are 4 new candidates vying for that seat as well, and I'm told that over in that ward, Ward 18, the big issue over there will be homelessness and how the next councillor taking that seat will address that, and I'm told that they want that addressed ASAP. Send it back to you.
Okay, Steve, thanks so much for this. For more on the Valley events across Brampton tonight, it's a big night for so many South Asian families. Let's bring in CTV's Allison Hurst. Allison.
Lena, we have been here throughout the day chatting with people as they arrive. I mean, if you can see the number of cars here behind me, there is a line out the door as people arrive with friends and family for prayers and blessings. Now, there was some concern leading up to Election Day and Diwali that it was all on the same day and it would impact voter turnout. And speaking with some people here today, they did echo those concerns, saying that it could cause a lower voter turnout. But other people told us it was part of their day's plans, that they were going to go and get their sweets, go and get their fireworks, and they were also going to go and vote. Now, this location where we are here in Brampton kind of has everything you might need. It has a really nice sweet shop where we were chatting with some families, some young kids showing up to pick out what they'd like, as well as a fireworks store. We've been hearing some fireworks throughout this neighborhood that have started in the last few minutes and in the last hour, really, as people are starting to gather at home and mark the day. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Allison, thank you for that. Let's bring in our first election panel right now, which includes outgoing Deputy Mayor Anna Bialow, outgoing Councillor for Ward 11 Mike Layton, former Ward 10 Councillor Joe Cressy, and Kristen Wong-Tam, former Councillor for Ward 13, now a current NDP MPP.
Thank you all for coming in. It's going to be an exciting night. You guys ready?
Thank you. Absolutely.
Kristen, we'll begin with you. There are a lot of open races where incumbents like yourselves are not running, and there's a real opportunity for new blood here, right?
That is correct, and I'm very excited about that. Obviously, City Council has looked a particular way, and we need to have new progressive voices. We need to have new voices that represent the faces and the backgrounds of Torontonians, and this is an evening that's going to bring about that change, hopefully.
And Mike, you said something really interesting while we were listening to somebody else speak earlier, is that this is the first night that you can remember since maybe you were 7 or 8 that you haven't been at an election night party, and this is certainly the first night in a long time. You haven't been a candidate. What does it feel like?
You know, it's sort of mixed emotions. There are aspects of the job I'll certainly miss, and I was still out knocking on some doors over the last couple of months, but this is a different point in my life, and it is time to sort of pass on some of this responsibility to the next crop of city councillors, and I think they've got their work cut out to them. Those first couple of weeks, those first couple of months on council are challenging ones when you're just getting used to the job and understanding you made commitments during the campaign that you want to deliver on. And there are sometimes some barriers or some hurdles to that.
Yeah, especially coming on during such a difficult time. And we'll talk about that. But Joe, I asked all of you what it was like not to be at a campaign party tonight. What does that feel like to know that you're not running, the pressure is off?
Well, I can tell you, I have a 3-year-old at home, and before coming here, I took him to vote for the first time, and we did that together. And so that was special. This is a new phase for a lot of us here. But I tell you, if I think back to 4 years and 8 years ago when I was running, there's something very special about a campaign. I mean, for the candidates who are all out there today and their teams, they've spent 60 days and some cases 6 months out nonstop trying to get their face out there, their message out there. It's a lot of hard work, and this is the culmination of it. And so for all those candidates out there and their workers, there's a lot of nerves, there's a lot of nervousness, but it's an exciting day for them. And so I'm thinking of those candidates. For me, I'm thinking of my kid who got to come with me and vote for the first time.
Yeah, that's a nice moment, absolutely. Anna, what about you? Because on a night like this, especially at this time when we've got 38 minutes until the polls close, really as a candidate, there's nothing more you can do to change the result of the election. Do you remember what that mindset was like when it was this close to the polls closing and you're thinking, am I going to win? Am I going back?
I do remember, because I always had very long, tough campaigns, and it was always to the last minute, to the last vote, and so it was emotional. It was stressful, but very rewarding when you got the call and you are the one winning. It's a great feeling. Today, I was looking at all the other candidates, and it felt good to see other people coming in. I felt really good. And to see some messages from some residents, even on social media, saying it felt weird not to be voting for me. You know, there's when we're leaving, I'm sure we all felt that there's a lot of good messages that come our way. We're not used to that so much. Yeah. So when we were about to leave and get some of those messages, it feels really good. But it felt really good to know that there's other people coming in and that they're getting that excitement that comes through the elections.
You said tough campaigns. You won with 80% in 2014.
I got spoiled last time.
You won with 83.
83%.
You knew he was going to say that, right?
It's
the door knocking and everything goes into it, I guess.
This last election was that. The last election was very good, but the other ones before were not the same, and so I've experienced both.
Joe, you said something so powerful. You talked about voting with your son today. I wonder if you can talk to us about how difficult it is walking away from politics, especially municipal politics, when it's been your life for so long. And what does that feel like to all of you? Joe, we'll begin with you.
Well, listen, I mean, one of the wonderful things about politics, and here we are on election night, is it is at all times an all-consuming purpose. You wake up every single day, at least I felt I did, thinking, how am I going to change the world today? How am I going to change the city today? And so there's something, that all-consuming purpose that comes with waking up every day to try and affect change. That's really meaningful. But in a city like ours, 3 million people, the most diverse city in the world, we also really need new diverse voices to represent this diverse city. And so for me, it's time to pass the baton to others. I know many of us, we feel the same way, but there's something really powerful about election night, and especially for all those candidates out there who are running.
Anybody here feeling like it's a bittersweet moment?
For myself, it is a little bit. Having resigned in May and running in the provincial election, I think that that was a moment for me realizing I was saying goodbye to my constituents in a very different way. Mm-hmm. So I was receiving a lot of messages at that time when I was running for the provincial office that they were sad to see me go, that they and that's when you start to hear all the accolades. It's like, now that you're going, we really are going to miss you. But I do think that, there are so many challenges in front of City Council right now and the City of Toronto. One of the reasons why I jumped into provincial office is I wanted to be a Toronto champion at Queen's Park. So we need to be able to bring forward the issues that really will make the lives of Torontonians better. But some of the powers that we know are sitting at Queen's Park, and that's why I'm there.
Okay, we definitely want to get to our other panel, but Mike, I just want to end this quick chat with you on this note. Voter turnout in the advanced voting in Toronto was way down. Yeah. A lot of people sort of seem apathetic this time around. How do you interpret that? What do you see? What do you analyze?
Well, I think we see it may have been down in Toronto, but as we heard from the stories, it was
Hamilton,
up in Hamilton. So really, I think it had to do with the excitement of a close mayor's race that lends itself to some of those other races. I think we may see that in some of those closer races that there'll be that turnout may not have dropped off. And in fact, people are really excited about voting because they get to bring a new voice to that decision-making table. It is sad to see, though, because municipal governance is probably the most important level of government that people have, because it touches your life on certainly a daily basis. But from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep, you touch city service one way or another. So it is sad to see, because we deserve better. And we're always going to get the government that we vote in and deserve based on that measure. So we should be finding ways to engage people in different ways to get out and vote.
Okay, council panel, thanks so much for being here. We're excited to continue talking to you. But for now, we're going to turn to our political panel, get their thoughts. Adrienne Batra, it's election night. Anything could happen. What are you watching for tonight?
Well, certainly one of the things that has already been touched on is going to be the low voter turnout, perhaps not in other areas, but certainly in the city of Toronto. I think part of the issue is I think that there is an expectation, of the incumbency of the current mayor, and there's this, so that sort of drags down the rest of the enthusiasm for councils. But let's look at where there are going to be new councillors. Like, so many of our friends across the way here are from what we call the class of 2010, and that there's only a few left that are up for re-election tonight. So so voter turnout, that'll be interesting. Tomorrow, the provincial government is about to announce their housing legislation again. Let's see the former NDP leader, Andrea Horwath, if she wins, the former Liberal leader, Stephen Del Duca. Maybe there was a time when Premier Ford thought, okay, I'm done dealing with them, but now they might be back in a different capacity. So I think that there's a lot of interesting dynamics that are about to happen, not necessarily in the city of Toronto, but certainly outside.
And speaking of outside of Toronto, Guratan Singh, let's bring you in now. Happy Diwali. Thank you for joining us on this evening to you as well. Brampton is going to be the focus of a lot of attention tonight, not just because of the mayoral race, but also some of those council races are really interesting. What is it that you're going to be watching for as we watch results come in from your city?
Yeah, so first off, happy Diwali to everyone, and also happy Bandi Chhod Divas. It's a very exciting time for our community, and also a point of conversation. We talk about low voter turnout, and we know that in communities like Brampton, when you have such a huge South Asian population, this holiday of Diwali is celebrated across South Asia. It's celebrated by billions of people. It's such a huge an event. And the fact that Election Day was on this day, that's a point of concern for a lot of folks about how that's going to impact the election. But Brampton's an exciting election, I think largely amongst council. We know that there's a lot of different seats that are potentially up for grabs. We have, I think, 2 opened seats that people are running for election for the first time, including a past NDP and PP in wards 2 and 6. 7 and 8 is open, and of course, wards 9 and 10 is a riding a lot of people are going to be looking at because of the fact that there's a lot of calls from the community. People want change. They want a representative who doesn't have the scandal as the current sitting regional council has, and there's a lot of eyes going to be on that ward as well.
Yeah, and from our live shot, we just saw how busy it is at various Diwali celebrations all across the province tonight. Let's take another look at that shot. I mean, look at that traffic, right? A lot of people, South Asian families, celebrating this very important festival. Adrienne, how do you think that might impact voter turnout? Because there were calls for them to change the date.
Well, I think that because of, Guratan just sort of touched on it, there are very competitive races happening in the city of Brampton, with some incumbents having a bit of a scandal. The mayor's race is interesting. So I think that they're still going to have that ability to go and exercise their right and vote. luckily, polls are open for a decent, amount of time. Both can be equal at the same time. They can cast their ballot and still be able to have that opportunity to celebrate both celebrations tonight. So I think that, it is unfortunate timing. These are realities, but I think Brampton is still going to have a good turnout tonight, and democracy will be alive and well there.
One point I just want to add on really quickly,
Sure.
just because I think viewers need to get the context. For so many people across the world, this is like a Christmas for them.
Yeah.
So imagine having an election day on Christmas Day. And so when I went to go vote today as well, I didn't do the advance, I did today, you saw people dressed up voting who are then going to go to the mandir or the gurdwara or to a cultural event. But it's really important to put in that context. Like, this is a really big day for huge parts of the community, and it's something that we definitely need to make sure this kind of issue doesn't happen again.
Yeah. Does it feel unfair to you, Gurathan, that you have to be, here on election night with us? I mean, we're so grateful that you're here, but do you think it feels unfair to a lot of South Asian families that this date wasn't moved? Or like you said, because on Christmas Day or Rosh Hashanah, you wouldn't be voting.
You really said it well. For me, I'm honored to have this ability to share with everyone, but I think if people who actually wanted to go vote today, and think about it, they work a full day, because it's not a holiday today, right? And then they have to either quickly try to go vote and then head to the gurdwara, head to the mandir, or head to a family event. You're putting people in the worst situation to actually be able to exercise their civic duty to go vote. You're really stacking the cards against them. And ultimately, who's being marginalized? People of color, people who are new Canadians. Like, it's really something that I think needs further discussion, because it's really problematic, the fact that it wasn't shifted or there wasn't some accommodation made to ensure that the disenfranchisement of so many people that's happening today, maybe not intentionally, maybe not directly, but it is happening because of the variety of factors that impact people's ability to vote.
Absolutely. It's a conversation that will certainly continue, perhaps throughout the evening and, of course, throughout the next several years. Mitzi, though, let's bring you into the conversation here. What are you going to be watching for tonight? Are there storylines or races in particular that you have your eyes on?
Yeah, I think that municipal and the local is more important now than ever. As our first panel really noted, there's a lot of turnover in Toronto Council with those seven seats that don't have incumbency. I think those are important races. As the MPP for Scarborough-Guildwood, I just, want to extend my condolences to Cynthia Lau and her family and her community, frankly, because this shocked all of us, and we're still sort of trying to deal with that loss, that very, very, very sudden loss, just on the eve of what would have potentially have been her re-election. At the same time, as we look at some of those bigger races for mayor, and who's leading our cities and our municipalities, because of the strong mayor's power, that is weighing as well in Toronto and Ottawa, where Mayor Watson is not seeking re-election, so there'll be a new mayor there. And potentially for those other big city mayors, those powers might be extended. So those races are becoming very important. I think on the minds of the voters, we're in an affordability crisis when it comes to housing and affordable housing. Access to rental housing in certain communities is very, very tight, as well as inflation and rising inflation. The sensitivity around the cost of even just a bag of groceries. I see people talking about that as well. So the outcome of these elections is really going to suggest the tone of where people live and how they live, and despite the fact that the voter turnout does not reflect that, I think what it actually reflects is that people are really worried about their day-to-day. The school boards as well. We can't forget that there are trustee races that are happening that are going to elect those decision makers who will be responsible for the school board budgets. Very, very important right now when we think about, some kids are really struggling and needing more help and support. So who those voices are that families and parents and students can access at the board level are also quite important in these races.
Yeah, so much to talk about, and these conversations, of course, will continue. Thanks so much. Okay, let's bring in our Jennifer Shung. She is live by the Power Board tonight, keeping a very close eye on a number of races. Jennifer,
Hi, Lena and Nick. Thank you. I want to focus on some of the ward races happening tonight, two of which have some influence from John Tory. So let's start on the west side in Etobicoke Centre, where we know this is a relatively new ward. For the past 20 or so years, it's been represented by a member of the Holiday family, and incumbent Stephen Holiday, endorsed by John Tory, seeking a third term here. So we'll see if that endorsement brings him to a re-election in this ward. Moving on, though, to Davenport. As you mentioned, this is one of the 7 wards where there is no incumbent after Anna Bailau has left. So the race is wide open, and we know that John Tory has put his endorsement in for candidate Grant Gonzalez, who is a co-chair of Pride Toronto as well. This is going to be a pretty tight race with some of the candidates, so we'll see if Tory's endorsement helps Grant Gonzalez. And then finally, let's turn to Ward 21 Scarborough Centre. Longtime councillor Michael Thompson. You know, he's cruised to victory in every municipal election since 2003, but in the middle of his campaign, he was charged with 2 counts of sexual assault. So we'll see if these legal troubles have any impact on his chances for re-election. Lita and Nick, back to you.
Jennifer, thanks so much. Time now is 7:35, so less than half an hour to go before the polls close. And just a reminder, you can start to see the results on the bottom of your screen and the right hand of your screen, just under the weather after 8 o'clock, once the polls close.
Zeros now, but that will certainly change in the next 24 minutes or so. In the meantime, let's bring in CTV's Sean Leathong. He's live at Nikki Corr's election headquarters in Brampton this evening. Sean.
Well, Nick and Lena, it would be an improbable win if Nikki Corr were to outpace or beat Patrick Brown in Brampton, but I'm speaking to somebody who knows something about improbable wins, Nick Kouvalis, who managed the campaign for Mayor Rob Ford back in 2010. How are you feeling tonight as an advisor on this one?
Yeah, I feel really, really good. Nikki's been great to work with. She's really pushed herself and gotten out there and met as many voters as possible. There's been a big following for our campaign. We see it through the donations. We see it through our volunteer canvassing and operation for Get Out the Vote today. The polls have been tightening. I think it's really close, and we're going to find out in about 30 minutes or 40 minutes what the results are, but I'm feeling very good about it.
Now, the Brown campaign has been talking about their advantage in this race, that they have a massive advantage. How do you see that as hurting or helping your campaign?
Well, I don't know what he's got the incumbency advantage for sure. He's had time to prepare. He's got seasoned people who know a lot about running campaigns around him. So from that perspective, we had to do a lot of catch up. That's why Marcel Weider and Noah Zatzman and a few other key people came out to help me from the Liberal side of the House. And we got some Greens and some NDP. And we were able to put a basic campaign structure together. From there, Nikki just led it. Her father, her family, people. It's just been a great experience. I mean, we all feel like we're doing this for the right reasons, right? We're fighting to protect Brampton taxpayers. We think that Patrick Brown doesn't really want to be in Brampton. He wants to be somewhere else. And while crime has gone through the roof, he was in Edmonton campaigning for a different job. People want change. We feel it. So we're going to see it in the results tonight.
So what do you expect will happen here? I mean, the campaign's been talking about a positive reception on the street, people saying that they have voted for Nikki. What do you think we're going to find out in the next half hour?
Well, I know that this campaign is peaking right at the end of the campaign. Patrick Brown's numbers have been dropping steadily for over a month, week after week after week. This campaign is fully funded. We're really, really close to our fundraising goal. People are still out pulling out votes. And will it be enough to beat him tonight? I don't know. But I think Patrick now has done so much that has been exposed that he's defeated himself, whether it's tonight or a week or a month from now. And that's why we're here, to make sure that people know enough about what's really happened to make sure they make an informed decision.
Thank you very much, Nick Kouvalis, joining us tonight. And the candidate did come through here moments ago, Nikki Corr, greeted with cheers. There's a positive atmosphere. There's a feeling of life. Nick and Lena, we'll see how it goes for the rest of the night. Back to you.
Okay, Sean, thanks so much. And staying in Brampton, CP24's Beatrice Faisman is at Patrick Brown headquarters and joins us live. What's happening there, Beatrice?
Let's bring in Patrick Brown's campaign manager, John McEtition, to respond to what Nick Kouvalis just said over in the Nikki Corr campaign headquarters. He alleges that Patrick Brown doesn't really want to be in Brampton, that this is not the job he wants. How do you respond, John?
Sadly, of all the campaigns that Mr. Cavalis has ever been involved in, this is the one that's completely ruining his credibility. People find with every tweet that he's less and less credible, and he's reinventing what the bottom of credibility is.
Let's talk about the credibility of your candidate, Patrick Brown. There's been, a long list of allegations. Council's been divided and dysfunctional for months now. If he is re-elected, how does he bridge that gap? How does he fix this?
I think it started on August 19 with the deadline for candidates. 3 of the incumbents that had been very vocal and anti-Patrick, so far that they broke the law and had to be told by a judge you're not allowed to actually appoint someone for a vacancy that doesn't exist, and they were financially penalized by a judge. The reality is that 2 of those people retired, decided not to face the electorate, and the 3rd moved on to provincial politics. So I think with the close of nominations, this race was already going to be the beginning of a new chapter for Brampton, a more cohesive, more a council that would work together. And having said that, for all the disagreements and despite the grudge matches of people who didn't like Patrick and couldn't let it go, Patrick was still able to be the leader of a council that 90% of the time in the last council agreed unanimously.
So at least 3 new faces on council tonight. Your candidate tried to go for another job. He went for CPC leadership. That was not successful. He was kicked out of the race back in July, and he chose to run for mayor for a second time to represent the people here. Why shouldn't the people of Brampton feel as though they were second choice for Patrick Brown?
I think the people of Brampton are lucky to have Patrick. I think he's an outstanding leader. And one of the reasons he has such outstanding support from every ethnic group, the complete diversity of the provinces in this city, and it's very simple. He stands up when other people are silent. Very famously now, when not one major Canadian politician would stand up and say, Quebec is wrong, Bill 21 is wrong, it's against the Canadian fabric. Patrick Brown stood up for all those people, and it was because he stood up for those people that people across the country from one end to the other said, wow, this is somebody ought to be in Ottawa because we were lacking national leadership. Now, that pursuit didn't go the way Patrick would have liked, and it ended. And still to be resolved by Elections Canada. We're waiting for the complete vindication, and then that'll be a different conversation on another day. But for tonight, Patrick decided to seek a second term. The people have resoundingly, like I said, there's going to be a change in council, but more than that, not one significant political person, and there's many in Brampton that could have run against him, and they all said no, Patrick's the right guy.
John McAtishon, thanks for your time. Good luck tonight.
Thank you very much.
We hear Patrick Brown will be in-house here at Speranza Banquet Hall watching the results roll in live on CP24. Nick and Lena, I'll send it back to you.
Beatrice, thanks so much. CP24's Christina Tenalia is live at John Tory headquarters at the Royal York and joins us with more. Christina.
Yeah, as Tory is seeking a 3rd term here, let's bring in his campaign manager, Patrick Harris. Patrick, thank you so much for joining us tonight. How is John Tory feeling?
He's feeling good. He's feeling a little tired. He's been out all weekend. He's crisscrossed the city, I think, 4 or 5 times this weekend talking to voters. And the whole team is very excited, and we're looking forward to tonight.
Polls are still open for about another 20 minutes. There's been an extension in some wards, so I want to point that out. In saying that, why has John Tory earned a 3rd term?
Well, I think his work over the last 8 years really speaks for itself. And, I noticed as I was going out in the city with him, the response that Torontonians had to him, it was so positive. And people really, I think, trust him, and they trust the style of leadership that he brings. And throughout this campaign, he's outlined a real vision, I think, for the next 4 years in terms of what he wants to do with some of the big files like transit and housing and keeping the economy strong. And we're just hopeful that the voters agree, and I guess we'll find out in about 20 minutes.
And if a voter says, well, he's had 8 years, I mean, my question to you is then why does he want this? Does he feel like there is some unfinished business, considering the pandemic interrupted things for the city and lots of people?
Yeah, and I think he's been really clear about that, especially on files like the housing file, where he's put in, his new 5-point plan for housing, and on the $28 billion transit plan that is already, shovels are in the ground already on things like the Ontario line and others. And so I think he really wants to fulfill a lot of those big ideas to get those big things done for Toronto over the next 4 years.
Patrick, one more question here. Not looking ahead, because again, he's up for re-election and there's other candidates. But if he just got to this point here, as someone who has worked with him throughout his career, what would you say John Tory's legacy has been to date?
Well, I mean, I think he's been a really steady hand on the wheel for Toronto for the last 8 years, and some really big accomplishments. You know, I spoke about the transit deal earlier. Like, you know, I can remember 8 years ago, the thought of us building, you know, sort of what was once called the Downtown Relief Line, which is now the Ontario Line, and having shovels in the ground, you know, is just not unheard of. You look at the project he's doing down in the Portlands. The entire time I've lived in the city of Toronto, the Portlands has been basically just sitting empty, and it's going to be totally redone into a vibrant community. So things like that, real city building projects just have been great.
Patrick Harris, campaign manager, all the best. Thank you for joining us. Okay, I will send it back to you both, but one quick thing I want to end on is Patrick mentioned that John Tory has been a steady hand, and that's certainly how some political experts have viewed him throughout this campaign, as a steady hand that at least led the city throughout the pandemic. Back to you.
Okay, that is our Christina Tenaglia live at the Royal York John Tory headquarters this evening. Really interesting changes in tone between the campaign managers of the two leading contenders in Brampton versus John Tory here. So let's get into that right now with our political panel here. Gil Penalsoa, I want to talk to you as the Brampton representative on the couch here. No love lost between the Brown and Core campaigns, but I want to talk about Patrick Brown in particular. He was in as Brampton mayor. Then he goes to run for the CPC leadership. That doesn't end well for him at all. So then he comes back to Brampton. What's your sense on how Bramptonians took that and accepted that?
I'll tell you honestly, I think people didn't like it. They didn't like the fact that Patrick Brown was, as a mayor, months prior to a mayoral election, trying to run for the federal leadership. But the reality is that I don't think the contenders against Patrick are really much of a threat, to get honest, on the ground when you talk to folks. Yeah. And when you talk about retail politics, the reality is that there's second to none for Patrick Brown. He is someone who will go to every single event and knock every single door. And when you look at the people against him, specifically Nikki Kaur, it's not someone with the name recognition, with the gravitas to really challenge someone who really has profile from coast to coast to coast.
Yeah, Adrian, you know, it's so interesting because I was in Brampton a few days ago and I asked somebody, hey, what do you think of Patrick Brown? And he said to me, it seems like he has 9 lives. But, you know, as Gaurav said, he's an excellent campaigner. He's really managed to connect with the South Asian community in Brampton. What do you think works about Patrick Brown?
Well, one of the things that he's done for the Conservative side of the aisle is go and reach out to those communities that wouldn't traditionally have voted Conservative in the first place, even back in the days when he was a federal MP on Parliament Hill. So that's been helpful for him. But, you know, him going and seeking office at a different level of government, that's not unheard of. Many of them are sitting in one area and trying to attempt to go into another. That's happened. But I think that the voters of Brampton are not going to punish him for it. I think that you're going to see, I think part of the contention you saw between the two campaign managers, you know, Nikki Kaur's campaign certainly was trying to make it a race, trying to hold Patrick Brown's feet to the fire. You know, there's been Integrity Commission reports, there's been multiple complaints. Bringing all that to the fore, I think Kaur's campaign really tried to make this decision a decision about who do you trust with your tax dollars versus someone who's, you know, looking down the road trying to get away from you. But I think the people of Brampton are going to say tonight, we're comfortable with the leadership that we have. We're not going to make any changes. And I think you will see Mr. Brown comfortably win tonight.
Mitzi, we're about 30 seconds from our first break here on the program this evening, but let me get your quick take on Brampton before we do that.
Well, listen to this. What I see when I go into my family's photo gallery is Patrick Brown and his family because, you know, my mom lives in Brampton. And I think that that's the difference that he makes. It's, you know, whatever is going on with trust issues in terms of, you know, his party politics, his ability to connect with people in their homes, he's very consistent about that. And I just think that, you know, when you talk about local politics, it's about name recognition and it's who you know. And the people of Brampton know Patrick Brown.
Yeah, and if you're Brampton, living in Brampton, you know all about that and Patrick Brown and his campaigning.
Thank you all for that. Appreciate that. So much more still to come here on CP24 Special Municipal Election Coverage. Your vote 2022.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Audio check, mic check.
Welcome back to CP24 special coverage, a live look tonight at the Gurdwara Dashmesh Darbar in Brampton, where residents and families are celebrating Diwali.
All right, well, let's check in right now with CTV's Raheem Ladani. He is standing by live at Sandra Young-Racco's election headquarters for us this evening. Racco, of course, has been the councillor in Vaughan, Ward 4, since 2003. But Raheem, this is interesting. She's now thrown her hat into the mayoral race.
Yeah, that's right, Nick. Nearly 2 decades, Sandra Young-Racco has been part of City Council here in Vaughan. Ward 4 knows her very well. She's been at the forefront of a lot of the issues, and one perfect example of that is the Spadina-York Subway Extension Committee. She was the chair for that committee, and talk to residents in Vaughan. They'll tell you congestion and traffic, that is one of the top issues for them. And so she's hoping that this time around she is going to be the next mayor of Vaughan. There's no question, though, that when it comes to name recognition, Stephen Del Duca has that edge, right? He just finished off a losing battle in the provincial legislature. He lost his seat, but he downplays that. He says that not having a municipal election track record actually works to his advantage. Now, I did get a chance to speak with Young-Racco earlier today, and she told me that she disagrees. She says that when it comes to provincial and federal politics, what you need to do is a lot of times the candidates follow rhetoric. They fall into party lines. But when it comes to municipal elections, you really have to hold yourself accountable to the constituents. And she feels that with her nearly 2 decades of experience at City Council here in Vaughan, she has the edge in there. And so she's hoping be a great night for her. Time will tell. Polling in some of Vaughan polling stations have been delayed because of some technical issues, and so while majority of the polls will close at 8 p.m., some will close at 9, other 10. However, we have been told from the City of Vaughan officials that this is not going to hold up results. Results will start trickling in at 8 p.m., regardless of the fact that other polls will be closing at 9 or 10 o'clock. Nick and Lena, I'll send it back to you.
Raheem, thanks so much. Time now is 7:52, and you know what that means. Less than 10 minutes to go before most polls in the GTA close. Let's check in with our Bakari Savage now. He joins us live from Bonnie Crombie headquarters in Mississauga. Hey, Bakari.
Good evening, Lena and Nick. Again, we are right here at Metalworks. Right now, we're waiting to speak with campaign co-chair John Capobianco. He should be joining us shortly, but, you know, as you can see, everybody right here is getting set up to welcome the guests. You know, it's been a little bit of a fun evening already, kind of a celebratory mood in anticipation of the evening ahead. We've actually heard from some of the band, Tom Barlow Band. They're down there towards the end of the hall. And then right here, this is the room where everyone is set up for the catering as well as some of the drinks. And then we have John Capobianco, who is going to be speaking with us right now. So, John, we are live right now on CP24. Thank you very much for taking time to speak with us. Okay, tonight, this is what, you know, the culmination of 8 years that you've actually started from the very beginning, the first race. Tell us how, just explain this.
Well, you know what? Bonnie is a force of nature. She's somebody who works hard. And I think over the last 8 years, you saw her strong, steady leadership that led to Mississauga becoming even a stronger and a bigger city over the course of her leadership. So, you know, I'm hoping that the voters of Mississauga will re-elect her for the 3rd term. We're feeling confident, but you never know.
And John, along those lines, when it comes to the growth and transformation of the city, as well as the leadership of Bonnie Crombie and going into this next era, which, you know, Mississauga, 50 years old in 2 years, and then, separating from Peel region. This is a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot to be done, and a lot of things that Bonnie still wants to do. A lot of things, jobs and creating more opportunities for people, not only who live in here, but people are starting to move to Mississauga more and more from other areas of the province. So that growth is going to mean like more housing. And one of the big things that Bonnie's talked about is housing and transit. Mississauga is actually exploding with opportunities on the transit, and with that comes a lot of development and a lot of office buildings and residential buildings. So it's a lot of work yet to be done.
And John, along those lines, with a lot of work and getting out there and speaking to constituents, about 830,000. As we wrap up, what do you want to say to the people of Mississauga?
Well, you're going to get Bonnie Crombie, if she's reelected, with strong, steady leadership and someone who's going to continue to fight for Mississauga, not only within the Peel region, but also within the GTA. And that's somebody who I think is going to do a good job, and she has for the last 8 years.
Crombie Campaign Co-Chair John Capobianco, thank you very much for your time. Lena, Nick, back to you.
Okay, Bakari, that's great. And look at that, just over 4 minutes left until most polls close right across the GTHA. Let's time to bring in Jennifer Shung right now, back at the power board with another quick look at those maps before things really get interesting.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nick and Lena. So right now I want to focus on some of the mayoral races happening in the commuter regions of the GTA. Starting in Milton, many people might not know this, but incumbent Gord Krantz might just be the longest serving mayor in the entire country, in all of Canada. He is seeking a 14th term here, and he has 3 real challengers, but in the 2018 election, he garnered 82% support. Moving along, we'll take you right now to Markham, where familiar phrase Frank Scarpitti, he's been the mayor of Markham since 2006. He only has 1 challenger, Don Hamilton. He's expected to win his position of mayor once again tonight. And then focusing finally on Oshawa, this is an area where Dan Carter is seeking a 2nd term. He is the incumbent there. He's got a real story of personal challenge and tragedy. He's even written a book. He's a public speaker. He's a broadcaster. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. But we do know that in 2018, Dan Carter garnered 69% support. Nick and Lena, back to you.
All right, Jennifer, appreciate this. Thanks so much. Here we go. 2 minutes, 50 seconds now until polls close right across the GTA and beyond. Here's a live look right now at a polling station in Scarborough, where, of course, people have been voting to select the mayor, city councilor, regional chair, school trustees. Well, that time, 2 minutes and 35 seconds from now, it's almost over.
Okay, we're almost there. Let's bring in our political and councillor panels now. We'll start with you guys. I mean, this is really it. This has got to be nerve-wracking for all of the candidates tonight. And I'm sure, Anna, you know exactly what that feels like.
Yeah, it is. This is the time that you're basically locking yourself in some room with just a couple of people, if it is really close, right? And taking a deep breath and just waiting for the results to come in. And the phones start ringing. People start calling in with the results, and you're just sitting down and just hearing the numbers at the back and just really trying to do your math in your head. That's what happens.
Speaking of math, we don't really see a whole lot of polling typically during municipal election cycles. So, the general public may not have that much of awareness. But Mike, what about you? You must do some polling when you're campaigning. Do you have a pretty good sense going into most nights, or do you not at all?
No, well, we don't have the budget.
You don't do any, nothing, okay.
There's not enough of a budget to do a poll that has a sample size that has any credibility to it. So it's really not going to change your messaging. Some organizations do that to think about where resources can get allotted. The mayor's campaign, on the other hand, has the resources to do that.
Sure, yeah.
So that's, I think, where the difference is. I think you get a sense knocking on doors, though. You get a good sense of when you're walking through a neighborhood.
I would say the best poll municipally is the candidate's gut feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. That is the best poll, right?
Yeah,
wow.
I think that's fair to say.
Another live shot there of a polling station in Scarborough just before the dope. Yeah, look at that. He's just waiting for this. And again, we've got now a minute to go. Kristen, what is that moment like for a candidate? Take us back to maybe your first time running. Do you remember that?
I do very clearly. It was 2010. There were 15 candidates, and of course, we were all newcomers. There was no incumbent, wide open race. And I would say that on election night, it was very exciting, very nerve-wracking, much as what was already described. And the big difference was just trying to understand and be in the moment, right? You can't jump too far ahead. You just have to realize for a moment. Just be proud of what you accomplished.
30 seconds to go.
How do you find that serenity, Joe, at a moment like this?
Well, listen, keep in mind candidates out there and all their campaign staff, this is the culmination of months and months and months of 14-hour days. And so you're exhausted, you're running on adrenaline, and you're hopeful and nervous at the same time. And it all comes down to what's about to happen. But this is a moment of anticipation, excitement, but also a lot of nerves.
Well, let's watch
Okay,
this
we're all
moment.
waiting for that big shot.
There it is.
That live shot of the doors
No
closing.
more voters, no more voters, and that is it. There we are.
There
The
you
door
go.
is closing. Polls are now closed, and now we wait for the results.
There is a lot at stake as we emerge from almost 3 years of the COVID-19 pandemic. Voters are deciding who will make the decisions that shape our daily lives, from traffic and policing to housing and schools.
Of course, we have to acknowledge this is also a very big night for many families right across the GTA who are celebrating Diwali this evening.
And Bundy Shore, of course. John Tory is just one of the GTHA mayors seeking re-election. He is hoping to win his 3rd term as mayor of Toronto.
Now, we also have teams out across the GTHA, Brampton, Hamilton, Vaughan, and Mississauga, where the race for City Hall there sees some new and some familiar challenges too.
The CP24 team will be updating you all night as the results come in and new mayors and councillors are elected. From 299 Queen Street West, this is Your Vote 2022, CP24 special election coverage. Hello, I'm Lena Latifat.
And I'm Nick Dixon. Thank you so much for joining us and welcome to this program. And let's get right to it, going live now to CP24's Christina Tenalia at John Tory headquarters at the Royal York Hotel. The atmosphere must be full of anticipation, Christina.
Yeah, Nick, it absolutely is. The party certainly got started here. And of course, the goal is that there is a celebration here tonight. This, perhaps you could say, is no easy task. The incumbent seeking a 3rd term, and certainly John Tory as mayor was challenged by something that no other mayor had been challenged by here in the city in his or her lifetime, the COVID-19 pandemic. And you could say that that somewhat interrupted Mayor John Tory's 2nd term. He had said about 8 years ago that he had a marriage contract with his longtime wife, married 44 years, I want to point out, his wife, Barb. The marriage contract is that he would only seek 2 terms. Now, he says if he wins tonight, this is it, but certainly we have heard that before. And the city has certainly changed since Mayor Tory was first elected back in 2014, even back in 2018. Consider the pandemic, consider traffic and congestion in the city, and what is not a new issue, but the most vulnerable in our city, the homeless community. Certainly, when we think about what was these tent cities or encampments in the city, they were front and center throughout the pandemic. One thing I want to point out quickly is something former councillor who's on our panel tonight, Joe Cressy, said when he decided to leave municipal politics. He said he always felt you make your contribution and then you move on. So for Mayor Tory, or incumbent here, John Tory, he's seeking one more time to give it a go at it. And certainly this will be an opportunity for him to, in some way, if he's successful, craft his legacy. Back to you.
Christina, thanks so much. Let's go live now to CP24's Beatrice Vaisman. She is at Patrick Brown's headquarters. Beatrice, give us a sense of what the mood is like there.
Well, it's jubilation, Lena, I can tell you that. The campaign here for Patrick Brown thinks they are going to win tonight. They feel confident. They've invested in pyrotechnics that they've been testing out all early evening long. So they feel quite confident that their candidate has done enough to earn the trust, to earn the vote of the residents of Brampton for a 2nd term in office. The room here is slowly starting to fill up now. A small trickle of people now moving in, but they're expecting a lot more folks to arrive here, and we're hearing that Patrick Brown's actually going to be in-house here at Speranza Banquet Hall in Brampton watching the results roll in live on CP24. He'll be here with his wife, Genevieve, and their young son and daughter. And then once the votes are tallied, they'll be coming down to make a speech. Now, certainly they're hoping it's going to be a victory speech because it was 4 years ago, back in 2019, in this very venue, that Linda Jeffrey, the then mayor, had to make a concession speech and congratulate Patrick Brown for securing his election. Now, it's been a really dysfunctional few months here in the city of Brampton. Council has really not gotten much work done since the month of February after Charmaine Williams stepped aside to run provincially. It's essentially been 5 versus 5. The councillors who have allied themselves with Patrick Brown and 5 councillors who oppose his agenda. So multiple scandals, multiple allegations made about mismanaging finances here at City Hall, breaching the Municipal Act, and then different factions refusing to show up for council meetings at different times, which means that the residents of Brampton have really been the ones to suffer in this scenario because their councillors haven't been getting to work like they typically should be. And then, of course, there's concerns about Diwali celebrations as well. Patrick Brown has a massive contingency of South Asian community members who have supported him in years past. So the campaign certainly hoping that Diwali celebrations does not preclude these supporters of Patrick Brown from actually going out to the voting booths and casting their ballots. We'll bring you any updates live from Brampton as they happen. Back to you.
Okay, Beatrice, appreciate that. Thanks. Well, polls have been closed for 6 minutes now, and if you're just joining us, you can see results on the right-hand side of your screen and across the bottom. A lot of mayoral results there, council results on the side beneath the weather. In the meantime, let's head west of Brampton to Hamilton. Mark Liverman live at Andrea Horvath's headquarters at the Spice Factory this evening. Mark.
Yeah, Nick, some big changes to announce as well. We know that a lot of different locations across Hamilton have delayed closing their polling locations. From what we're hearing, at least 12 different locations because they actually had to open later earlier today. At this point, we don't know why. That hasn't been confirmed by the city in terms of why so far, Nick, but we do know some locations are closing past 8. We know at least one location is closing after 9 o'clock tonight as well. So some big changes there. But again, yeah, we're here at Andrea Horvath's headquarters for tonight for election night. Of course, this is a location, this is a city that she started her political career in as a city councillor years ago, now running for mayor after stepping down as the leader of Ontario's NDP earlier this summer. So we'll have to wait and see what these results bring after 9 o'clock tonight. Back to you.
Okay. Mark, thanks so much. So that is the latest from Hamilton. We'll take you to Vaughan now. CP24's Eden DeBebe joins us live from Stephen Del Duca's party headquarters at the Monte Casino in Woodbridge. Eden.
Well, Lena and Nick, we are here. Del Duca stepping through these doors at any moment. The election has ended. The doors are closed, but we do know that there are still 26 polling stations here in Vaughan that will be open later, though the city says that won't be impacting what happens when they actually post the results. I'm actually joined by someone here today, Mr. Will Wurr, who is with Crestview Strategy. Tell me a little bit about these late polling stations. Do you think they'll really affect Del Duca's chances tonight?
I don't think they're going to impact the final result too much. Obviously, if folks are in line, stay in line. Every vote matters, and we're not taking anything for granted tonight. But I think we're probably going to see some results fairly soon. Yeah.
And Del Duca did mention that he doesn't have much experience at the municipal level. It might be a quote learning curve. Do you know if he's been doing anything to prepare for his potential win tonight?
I know that he's a very close friend and considers Mayor Bevilacqua a longtime mentor. I know that he's planned to carry on a number of those initiatives, so I think he's taking a lot of his learnings on how to govern municipally from Mayor Bevilacqua, who has a fantastic record, obviously was re-elected with fantastic numbers every time he's run. And I think he brings a lot of experience to the table as a former Minister of Transportation. Obviously, he's focused a lot on transit, on improving traffic gridlock or fighting traffic gridlock. So I think he brings a lot of that to the table right now, which is critical in Vaughan.
And of course, that is a big part of his slogan for running for mayor. So, Will, thank you so much for your insight. Again, Mr. Del Duca expected to come through any moment now once the results come through. And Mayor Bevilacqua also expected to speak ahead of him tonight. We'll be speaking to him as well before he takes the stage. Sending it back to you, Nicolina.
All right, Eden, lots to watch for in Vaughan. Indeed. In the meantime, our Bakari Savage is live at Bonnie Crombie's headquarters in Mississauga tonight. Bakari.
Good evening, Nick and Lena. I want to start by saying this: strong, steady leadership. This is the platform that Bonnie Crombie is continuing to run her experience here in Mississauga. You can see this is the room that has been set up, the main room. This is where she will be delivering her speech. This is where the Tom Barlow Band will be playing. And there you will also hear her favorite song, Let's Dance by David Bowie. You know, one of the things that we've also heard, we had a chance to speak with Alex Crombie, that's her son, and he talked about the example that she set, not only, you know, just being a parent, but also being a leader, and the civic responsibility, the civic duty, that onus that she has instilled in them. And, you know, you can see that with the supporters that have already started to turn out here. So, again, we are at Metalworks. The capacity here is about 250. They are expecting this place to be full. You can see the food's been set up. And also, Nick and Lena, I want to show you again, they also have a red carpet set up out here just around the corner. You can see some of the last minute preparations are happening, and then the guests are starting to show up. But again, right here, take a look at this. The red carpet right here has been rolled out to help roll in the next era for the city of Mississauga. And, you know, you've heard us say this before, but, you know, it has to be said again that, you know, Mississauga is going to be turning 50 years old in just 2 years. And incumbent Mayor Bonnie Crombie is hoping to lead in, usher in that new era. And again, here are the people welcoming in some of the supporters right here. You know, transit, that does remain a big issue as well, especially with the Huron-Ontario light rail. We'll be right back checking in with you throughout the evening. Nick, Lena, back to you.
Okay, Bakari, thanks so much for that. Bakari Savage in Mississauga. It's 8:11. Still no results. Polls, most of them closed about 11 minutes ago. It could happen any moment now. In the meantime, we'll tell you the municipal election day this year is being held on the South Asian religious holiday Diwali, celebrated by Hindus, Jains, and Buddhists. Sikhs are also celebrating Bandi Shore tonight. The festival celebrates the spiritual victory of light over darkness and a chance for new beginnings. The city of Brampton is now allowing voters to cast a ballot at any location within their ward after there were concerns voiced by citizens and politicians that the election was being held on Diwali. This is a live look at a Gurdwara, Dasmesh Darbar in Brampton tonight. Very busy there, you can see.
Yeah, it is. It's busier than most of the parties we've been, the sort of election headquarters we've been checking out. So let's talk to our political panels about this right now. Let's start with our council panel, you know, for talking more about this. Anna Byla, Mike Layton, Kristen Wong-Tam, and Joe Cressy joining us. Should we read anything into the fact that we're not seeing a lot, Anna, of people in the rooms so far, or is it just too early, no results? Is that kind of the vibe?
Well, at this time, you don't want a lot of people in the rooms. Okay. You want them to still come into the rooms because you want them to be pulling out the vote until the last minute, until 8 o'clock. So it's very normal that people are just, you know, closing the polls, counting the votes, and they'll be making their way to the parties very shortly.
Okay, so no results just yet. All eyes on that. Mike, tell us what you're feeling as a candidate at this point when you're kind of just waiting for those early results to come in.
Well, I think Anna described it very well earlier. It's you're biting your nails, your stomach is turning, and you're trying to sort of hold yourself back from I don't know, from freaking out that this might not happen for you. But you know, I think it's an opportunity for you to reflect on and thank your team, your core team, your family, who are always so critical in keeping your spirits high. So you're nervous, but at the same time, a little bit of relief that it's over. Hopefully just beginning too.
I mean, there must be an exhaustion factor. Joe, in your last answer, you talked about, you know, working 14, 15-hour days throughout the campaign here. Now you know one way or another, well, if you're elected, you've probably been working long days as well, but at least for maybe a couple of days, you get a bit of a break. There must be that, can you take that breath?
No, not yet. I mean, you are exhausted. You're done. Like, the polls have just closed. You were pulling vote, if you're a candidate, until the last second, knocking on doors, trying to convince people to vote. And now you're just done and nervous waiting for the results. I have to, 12 years ago, Mike Layton, I was chairing his campaign. He was in the campaign office. We were waiting and watching the results online. We saw him win, but we didn't tell him. We let Mike's dad, Jack Layton, come in the door to tell him personally. That was 12 years ago right now. And so and that's a meaningful moment. So as a candidate, you're excited, you're nervous, you're spent, and sometimes you get your dad there to give you a hug to say, congratulations, you won. My dad hugged me when I won too.
How special was that, Mike?
It was a pretty special moment. I think in that moment in time, I was a little upset that they hadn't told me because I was pacing back and forth across the room. But in hindsight and reflecting back, it was a really special moment for me.
Amazing indeed. Okay, well, we do now have some actual early results to bring you. So how about we're going to get to this. We're not going to announce a winner, so hang on to that. But in the meantime, let's take a look in Mississauga with about 12 polls of 250. So a long way to go here.
Yeah,
but you can see Bonnie Crombie out to a very healthy early lead, more than 3,300 votes at this point in Mississauga.
Yeah, take a look at her numbers. She must be feeling really good tonight. Okay, let's take a look at another race this time. Take a look. Early results coming in from Vaughan, and take a look at this. Stephen Del Duca has the lead, only 2 out of 133 polls reporting there. So this is, I mean, it's just so early, anything could happen, but looking good for Stephen Del Duca.
Yeah, you can't really interpret a whole lot here, but Misty, since we're talking about Stephen Del Duca, let's talk to you because, of course, he, used to be running the Liberal Party of Ontario here. What's it like when you watch the couple of early polls roll in? You know, you've done this a couple of times, of course, at the provincial level, but how do you work your way through your feelings on an election night?
Yeah, I was just listening to those heartwarming stories over there, and you know, I just remember in June, you know, sitting with my family, and they were watching the results. So your reporting is really really important to how we feel in that room, and so you know, really it's a moment to get more sort of, you know, internal with yourself and reflecting on the campaign, and just hugging those that are really close to you, and that's the moment. Whether it doesn't matter what that result is, like, you've left it all on the field. You've done your absolute best, and now it's just up to the voters and what they think. And that's the beauty of democracy, right? And it never gets old. It feels really important and special every time.
Yeah, and Garathan, when we talk about how exciting this moment is, I mean, it's a big moment for the candidate, but it's also a really big moment for their family, right?
Totally. Like, this is, you know, it sets the trajectory for that family for the next 4 years. Right, like you're effectively, you know what you're going to be doing for that next period of your life, and it's a beautiful moment. And I was voting today. I went to go vote in, and I was just reflecting on, you know, my past 4 years of service prior, and you know, it's so important that in a time of cynicism, in a time where there's so much negativity and vitriol towards politics, that we recognize that it's such an important role, and it's so important, this opportunity, this job. It's something that impacts our lives. There's this really famous quote, like, if you don't turn yourself onto politics, politics will turn itself onto you. And it's so important that, especially in this rise, I see this very, you know, negative rise around politics and sometimes politicians, that we really understand that it's an honorable occupation and job and profession, and we need good people involved. And tonight, hopefully we have a lot of good people getting elected.
Adrian, let me jog your memory. Of course, you've already mentioned to us the fact that, you know, several years ago, it was 809 when CP24 called the election victory of Rob Ford, who, of course, you were working closely with. You were on the couch with him. What do you remember about that moment, and are you thinking about that this evening?
Well, I reflect on that moment because it was such an extraordinary time in Toronto and such a change that Toronto was looking for. Well, they got it. And I think that, you know, I'm the only person on both panels that's never put their name on a ballot, other than, you know, maybe university or high school student politics, which is maybe far more vicious.
Okay,
but
Adrian, I'm going to interrupt you here. We've got some more early results coming in from Brampton. Let's take a look here. So 10 out of 145 polls reporting, again, this is very early, but you can see the incumbent, Patrick Brown, has a fairly healthy lead there. Adrian, what do you make of these early results? I mean, it's looking good for Brown.
I think it's looking good for Brown, and I just, you know, he's already got more than the two closest opponents to him collectively, so I think that this number is going to be staggeringly large for Patrick Brown tonight, if what we're seeing is any indication of that.
And Gerthan, we were talking to you before we even came on air, and you were mentioning that you kind of, as a candidate, have that feeling, you know, even if though it's early, kind of you can see some trends in the early polls. What goes through your mind then when you see what we're seeing in Brampton already?
You know, Patrick, once he sees those numbers, he probably wasn't that worried beforehand. and he's definitely not worried now. As we had all said prior, I think no one's surprised that this is going to be a very strong mandate for Patrick Brown. And I think we're all on the same page that he's going to be elected likely to be elected as the next mayor of Brampton. I'm not calling it. I'm not official. But my unofficial call is that.
And we have to also remember that people in Brampton get an extra hour to vote.
That's right.
Because of the impact of Diwali on the community. And every vote counts. Every vote matters. We've got to wait till they all come in before we call it.
I want to talk about how maybe Nikki Carr is feeling tonight, Adrian.
Yeah.
What do you think it's like going up against a high-profile incumbent like Patrick Brown? This is not easy.
Well, Nikki Carr, I don't know her. I mean, she is someone that clearly has gone out, worked very hard. You know, we all talk about what it's like for the candidate. What about the staff and the volunteers and all of those other people? If you win or lose, I mean, it impacts their lives as well. So you see Nikki Carr surrounded by clearly very dedicated individuals. We heard her campaign manager, Nick Kuvalis, who we all know that name around this table as well. He's very good at campaigning. He understands the numbers. I don't think that they're going to have a successful night tonight, but maybe this is her opportunity for next time around. So much of what we will see with, you know, the mayoralty races, and even I think a number of the council races, incumbency matters, name recognition matters, especially when it's going to be a low voter turnout. Maybe someone like Ms. Kaur, this is her first salvo at it. Maybe Bramptonians need to get to know her a little bit more. She has a political future that is yet to be written.
Let's flip to the city council, the former councilor panel right now to talk about that, because I think that's interesting. You know, and Kristen, I'll start with you. Adrian just mentioned, you know, the idea. Actually, you know what? We have some breaking news. CP24 is making a call.
CP24 declares a John Tory win. John Tory re-elected to his third term as mayor of Toronto. We'll take you live to John Tory headquarters tonight at the Royal York. Okay, so a lot of people in that room. Let's check in with our Christina Tenalia, who's there in that crowd. Christina.
Yeah, so the party has certainly started here, and the crowd is waiting. Here we go. They're hearing that John Tory has been re-elected. Now, certainly what is very important to consider is what kind of mandate did John Tory receive this time around? I want to let you hear for a moment the reaction. Oh, don't have the audio too loud. I'll be hearing myself here. One thing I want to point out is when John Tory was elected, back in 2014, he received a mandate of about 40% support. In 2018, it was closer to 64%. Some could argue that it depends on the strength of some of his contenders. In 2014, he was up against some very popular candidates. Doug Ford, now premier, who was taking over for the incumbent, Mayor Rob Ford, the late Rob Ford, who at the time was battling cancer. When we look at 2018, his main contender was Jennifer Keesmaat, certainly a popular candidate as well. And Tory knew he was coming up against Gil Penalsoa for the potential to have his now third term. But certainly John Tory not only has the name recognition, but the credibility of someone who has led this city not only throughout the next 8 years, but throughout the pandemic, being that steady hand, as some pundits have noted. Certainly, he has said this will be his last time, his last shot at it. He had said that before. He said that after round 2. And this is really an opportunity for Tory to craft his legacy, because giving him another 4 years, 12 in total, that means he certainly has to complete what he set out to do when it comes to transit, when it comes to affordable housing, when it comes to traffic and congestion in the city. This is certainly not a patient city, and they're not going to wait 4 more years for some of these commitments to be complete. So full room here with a lot of excitement. We'll have reaction coming up. Back to you.
All right, Christina, appreciate this. Christina, live in Royal York. Have a look at this race board right now. Again, the votes aren't all in yet. In fact, only about half of the polls are actually in. But John Tory right now has a 164,000 vote lead. That is why the CP24 decision desk very confidently is putting the check in there. So again, 1,200, about 1,500, so about half the vote is in, about 165,000 vote lead for John Tory, who will be going back to Toronto City Hall as the mayor. We'll get some more winners too.
Okay, let's take a look at some Toronto City Council races now. We'll have more on that coming up. For now, let's check in with our council panel. I mean, Kristen, this was not your choice. You have endorsed Gil Gil Penalsoa, we'll start with you. Your thoughts on John Tory's victory. He gets a third term tonight.
Well, congratulations to the mayor-elect. And of course, this was not a big surprise for many of us who've been watching the election. It is very difficult to unseat an incumbent with citywide name recognition and, of course, a lot of money and big business backing him. But I do think that, Gil Penalsoa's contributions to the election is about bringing bold ideas, new ideas, and doable solutions.
Kristen, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we just got to get a few more winners that are coming in as the numbers are really pouring in now. You can see Vincent Crisanti. A bit of a comeback for him. Of course, he lost to Michael Ford last time around. Michael Ford, of course, now at Queen's Park, along with Kristen. And Vincent Crisanti has won in Ward 1 Etobicoke North.
Okay, let's take a look at Ward 2 now. Incumbent Stephen Holiday has been re-elected there. This is not a total surprise. For much of the last 20 years, that ward has been represented by a member of the Holiday family. Take a look at that race. This one wasn't even close,
Yeah,
so
almost
a
13,000
very
votes there.
decisive victory for Stephen Holiday there.
Usma Malik. Okay, there's an interesting, and Joe Cressy has sort of raised his fist in the air. Very happy about this one. She has won in his old riding of Ward 10, Spadina, Fort York. And now, some more breaking news. CP24 making the call.
And CP24 declares a Bonnie Crombie victory. Bonnie Crombie re-elected to a third term as mayor of Mississauga. Let's take you live to Mississauga now. At Crombie headquarters, our Bakari Savage joins us live with the latest. Bakari, I know there's a bit of a delay where you are. What's the reaction like?
Yeah, good evening, Lena. So we are literally breaking this. Some supporters right here. First off, tell everyone your names. And here's the thing. We're just predicting a re-election for Mayor Bonnie Crombie.
Absolutely. My name's Olivia Torn, and Bonnie, you've got my support. You always have.
Absolutely. My name's Josh Medeiros. Who else is going to win? Go Bonnie.
Okay, so here's the deal. We're still awaiting the arrival of Mayor Bonnie Crombie when it comes to, being here, being around other supporters, and also seeing the transformation of the city and what is to come. What do you want to say?
Oh my God, more buildings and transportation and just the support. Everything she does, this city is alive.
Absolutely. The LRT program, can't wait for it. It's going to be incredible. We're really excited for everything that she's doing.
Okay, so looking at the city, going all the way back 8 years ago when Crombie first took over office as leader of the city of Mississauga, talk about what it's been like for you as a business person and also seeing another woman in charge.
Oh, I love seeing a woman in charge and making a difference. The amount of growth near the Square One area, near the city center, the amount of buildings that are going to be growing in the next while, and where we were 8 years ago versus now. Bonnie's made a huge difference, and a lot of people love that support, and I love a woman in power. As a single mom myself, of course.
Olivia, thank you very much. We have to go, but 4 years ago, Mayor Bonnie Crombie won with just over 76% of the vote, and she's done it again. Nick, Lena, back to you.
Thank you, Bakari. And we have more Toronto results coming in. CP24 declares incumbent Gary Crawford has been re-elected in Ward 20. He is, of course, Toronto's former budget chief. Let's take a closer look at that race in Scarborough Southwest tonight. Wow, I can hear our panel talking about this. This one was close. Joe, did you see this coming? How much?
Listen, it's incredibly hard to unseat an incumbent,
Yeah.
and this is 500 votes separating them. So Councillor Crawford re-elected, longtime budget chief in the city, but that's a very close race for an incumbent.
Let's quickly pick up on Usma Malik while you're speaking to you, because Joe, you put your fists up. You were so excited to see that she's come in. Tell us more about her, what we can expect to see from her on her first term in council.
So Usma Malik, the newly elected city councillor for Spadina, Fort York. Usma, let's situate this in context, is the first Muslim woman to ever represent Toronto on city council. And first Muslim woman who wears a hijab as well. And I can tell you, in her 2014 race, when she was a school trustee, the level of hatred she faced on the doorsteps was brutal.
Joe, we have some more results coming in
yeah.
Toronto. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. Let's take a look at our results. CP24 declaring incumbent Gord Perks re-elected in Ward 4. He's a very familiar face. a progressive voice on council, of course. Let's take a closer look there. I mean, this one wasn't as tight. You can see in Parkdale High Park, Syria Grell, former journalist and political staffer, coming in third there tonight.
And over in Ward 6, James Pasternak also going back. We're seeing a real trend of incumbents coming in, of course, here. So James Pasternak going back for Ward 6, pretty much cruising there. I mean, 7,500 vote difference there with almost all of the polls in. So this one did not appear to ever be in doubt.
Yeah, very healthy lead there. And CP24 declares incumbent Anthony Perruzza has been re-elected in Ward 7. Let's take a closer look at that race. So, of course, you'll remember he defeated Giorgio Mammoliti back in 2018. And tonight, he defeated his son, former school trustee Christopher Mammoliti, so he heads back to City Hall.
Also heading back to City Hall, Mike Cole has been re-elected in Ward 8. So congratulations go out to Mike Cole this evening. He has yet again been successful in his campaign. And again here, I mean, this is effectively a landslide, almost 8,900 vote difference there between Mike Cole and his closest competitor. But really, it wasn't close.
Okay, this was an open race in Ward 9, one that Anna Bailau has been watching very closely. Alejandro Bravo has been elected in Davenport tonight. The community advocate taking it, beating a Pride Toronto co-chair, Grant Gonzalez, of course. We'll get lots of reaction to that. So, Anna, your advice to Miss Bravo. Let's start there.
She's going to have to hit the ground running. She has 3 weeks to hire staff. We were actually commenting on that period was actually reduced. This is the first time that new councillors will only have 3 weeks to close down campaign office, open this office. Really important with the big wards to hire good staff because you're not going to be able to be everywhere. I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to connect with Councillor-elect Bravo and give her as much information and support as I possibly can.
And that's so significant, that 3-week time period, isn't it, Anna? Because Mike and Joe, I spoke to both of you 4 years ago, the day after Election Day at your campaign headquarters. You were both sort of tidying up. You were collecting signs. We were at your office. And 3 weeks with double the size wards, the workload is just massive. And I know, Mike, that is part of the reason why you're sort of stepping away. It's just that workload, that work-life balance. So what's the first piece of advice you would give to some of these newcomers now?
Well, first of all, congratulations to them. Take a breath. Thank your family and your supporters. Get your office cleaned up. When you get to City Hall, it's a sharp learning curve. And so you're going to be learning about development files that you'll have to vote on in weeks, or important pieces of policy that are coming right at the beginning of the year. The budget is going to be up there very, very early. So you've got to make sure that on those both local files and citywide files, you learn what's been going on at City Hall and what the community is looking for, and you just bring that energy that you had during the campaign right to 100 Queen West.
Yeah, Kristen, we've been talking about that learning curve. What is the first thing you want to do as a brand new city councillor?
I think number one is to meet with the old councillor. Hopefully there's a willingness to bring on a lot of staff that they may already have, because the staff actually have a lot of institutional knowledge. You want to be able to help them learn their files as quickly as possible.
Sorry, Kristen, we have to interrupt you right there because we've got some more winners to tell you about here. Norm DiPasquale, interesting. This was a really interesting race to watch in Ward 11 here, and Norm DiPasquale has taken the University Rosedale riding, of course, Mike Layton's old riding, over Diane Sex, reasonably close there, 568 vote difference, but the CP24 decision desk giving Norm the check mark.
Wow, okay. And longtime incumbent Josh Matlow has been re-elected in Ward 12, another progressive voice on council. Critic of John Tory, let's take a look at that race, and you can see he did very well tonight. What a decisive victory for Josh Matlow, who now heads back to Toronto City Hall.
Pretty much took the whole thing. And here's a new councillor, Chris Moyse, going in as Toronto Ward 13 councillor. So Chris Moyse, the former TDSB, of course, as trustee, is in. He has beaten out Nikki Ward and Caroline Murphy in Ward 13, Toronto Centre. An interesting development, of course, here as well. Winning by a pretty comfortable margin of more than, at this point, 4,500 votes.
Okay, let's take a look at Ward 14 now. That is where incumbent Paula Fletcher has been re-elected tonight. That is a name a lot of people in that ward recognize, and proof that name recognition matters. And you can see this one wasn't even close. So Paula Fletcher taking it in Toronto Danforth.
Huge margin of victory there. And Jay Robinson is also going back to council at Toronto City Hall, down at, of course, 100 Queen West there. Jay Robinson coming back very comfortably, or not coming back, but going back in terms of council very comfortably, almost a 10,000 vote lead over her closest opponent there as well. So again, we're seeing a whole lot of incumbents hold on to their seats. I don't think we've seen an upset yet, but we've also seen several new members on council. Let's turn to the political panel this side here, because we've talked to the city council side, but let's, Grothan, start with you. I've heard you kind of quietly cheering some of the results here, particularly from the new members. What's going through your mind right now? What are you seeing and liking?
It is a big win for progressives in Toronto so far. We're talking about Gord Perks, Alejandro Bravo, we have Norm, Asma, as Joe mentioned, the first
Josh Matlow.
Josh Matlow. Like, this is a really clear sign that at a time when times are getting tough and, you know, we know economically there's a lot of uncertainty, people are turning to progressive voices and progressive champions. And I think folks are mentioning we're going to see as close as a third of Toronto City Councillor changing with the new folks getting elected. And there's a clear mandate that there's going to be a lot of progressives in that strong progressive voice in Toronto City Council. I'm excited, and I've been cheering as I've been seeing these folks get elected. I want to give a big shout out to Asma Malik, because that's powerful. Yeah. The first Muslim woman, a woman who wears a hijab.
Toronto City Councillor.
That's amazing. And a woman who had faced so much racism in the past, and now coming with this victory. They say success is the best revenge. Yeah. And she's shown that by running an amazing campaign.
And
so
I just want
to
point out that our Scott Hurst is on the way. He's going to speak with Asma Malik tonight. This is, of course, a big moment for her.
Big moment.
Adrian, we'll get to you in just a moment. We have some more results coming in. Let's take a look.
All right, so the latest result here is coming from this is a return to politics for John Burnside. He, of course, wasn't able to hang on in Ward 18, in fact, last time around. But here he is back in Ward 16. Of course, that's Don Valley East. Again, a fairly comfortable margin of victory there, at least 3,000 votes ahead right now. But again, still with about 18 or so polls left to go, John Burnside has been given the win in Don Valley East.
A political comeback for him. Let's take a look at Ward 17 now. That is where incumbent Shelley Carroll has been re-elected tonight. We'll take a closer look at that race. She's been representing that ward for a long time. She stepped down to run for the provincial Liberals in 2018, but she did come back, and she is heading back to City Hall. A very decisive victory for Shelley Carroll.
And Lily Cheng, has been elected in Ward 18. So Lily Cheng taking that race today here. Let's give you a breakdown of that just to give you a sense of what this looked like here. And this is John Fillion's old riding. He wasn't riding, so this was an open riding. She's taken this very close, though, about 1,500 votes in it. I'm calling this close. If we can go to a councillor panel right now, do you think 1,500? Oh, we got Brad Bradford first. Brad Bradford winning in Ward 19 here, going back to Beaches, East York. He was a pretty prominent figure on council as well. And let's take a look at his margin again, almost 6,000 votes.
Yeah, and he was, of course, endorsed by John Tory. Okay, so let's head back to our... We've got some more results coming in.
Michael Thompson has been declared the victor in Ward 21, been re-elected despite, of course, the allegations that are surrounding him very comfortably. 7,000 vote win there in Ward 21, Scarborough Centre. Michael Thompson, a former deputy mayor who had to resign based on the suits brought against him, these sexual assault allegations. We'll get into that, of course, throughout the program this evening here, but these are just some early results we're getting. I think we're practically through the Toronto City Council. I think we almost know what all those winners are. So that is... That's the latest on those results. Indeed, you were talking to Adrian. I want to let you get
Adrian,
back in
I did
there.
want to give you a chance to weigh into what Garathan said, and I want to get your thoughts to these results.
We've got to keep our eye on York Southwestern. We've got to keep an eye on where Francis Nunziata, who's the incumbent. It's very close. There's been a concerted campaign against her to run ads, very negative ads against her, but we'll see if the incumbency matters there. The name recognition.
This is Ward 23. This is a change. Jamal Myers has won here.
Okay.
Scarborough North.
So, I mean, obviously very, very tragic there. Just days before the election.
Very sad news.
Cynthia Lai passed away. She was seeking re-election. She was supposed to do very well tonight. The city did say any votes cast for her will not count. So under very tragic circumstances, we're seeing Jamal Myers elected in Ward 23, Scarborough North tonight.
The rules were set out in advance
in
terms of how to handle that in the city bylaw, and so the clerk was very clear about that. So there was no confusion today at the vote.
But Lai's team is calling for a by-election because they don't think this is fair. Is the legislation flawed, Adrian? Mitzi?
I think it's actually pretty clear. It makes sense the way that it's been going forward, and I mean, it's a very emotional time, certainly for Ms. Lai's team, and I understand that. But this is not an insignificant victory for him. So I think that's a significant thing. But I'm wondering.
Okay, sorry, Adrian, we got to hang on there because Gil Penalsoa, of course, who's currently running second, is speaking right now. Let's listen in live.
Talking to people, one thing that I heard is that the city wasn't good for everyone. People said, oh, Toronto's good, but for others. Sorry. They said Toronto's good, but for others. I talk to the young people, they say it's good, but for the boomers. I talk to the boomers, they say it's good for the young people. I talked to the people in the downtown, they said it's good for the suburbs. In the suburbs, they said it's good for the downtown. I mean, everybody thinks it's good, but for someone else. So John Tory has the opportunity in the next 4 years to make it good for everyone. Too many people are leaving Toronto because they cannot afford to live here. Teachers, nurses, artists, chefs, everybody's leaving Toronto. We need to be able to retain our people. We need to be able to attract people. Sometimes I'm called a dreamer. And I don't like it because sometimes they say a dreamer with a despective way. But the reality is that I'm a dreamer because if I don't dream the impossible, we cannot really do the possible. And everything it's on my policy. Everything is doable. And it's doable with the existing budget.
Okay, and we have breaking election news. CP24 is making a call.
CP24 declares a Patrick Brown win. Patrick Brown re-elected as mayor in Brampton, so he is getting that second term that he wanted, despite the fact that he left to try to run for the Conservative Federal Party leadership there. Now, again, we're live in Brampton. You can see the crowd has finally found out that Patrick Brown has indeed won. They're clapping, they're applauding. Let's listen in live a little bit here. Let's listen to that reaction. Okay, we can't hear very much, but we have Beatrice Vaisman, of course, standing by live at Brown HQ tonight. Beatrice.
Nick, obviously jubilation here at Patrick Brown headquarters with CP24 declaring he is getting, as this crowd is chanting, 4 more years. Let's bring in Mr. Brown's campaign manager. John, you did what you said you were going to do. How are you feeling?
A little disappointed. I was hoping for 68, 69%, but I think we can live with this. And there's still time for the plurality to increase more than it is.
So 4 more years for Patrick Brown and the top job in this city. What's the focus moving forward?
It's literally that. It's moving Brampton forward. It's taking where we are today with a great city and making it even better for everybody who lives in Brampton.
Where is Mr. Brown right now? How long till we see him come out and talk to his supporters?
We're shocked. We didn't expect him to count the ballots so quickly. He'll be here in a short little while.
What's your message to everyone who came out even on Diwali celebrations, a big Southeast Asian community supporting Mr. Brown? They still made it to the polls despite this very important day on their calendar.
I think it's a recognition of being able to do more than one thing at a time, and the recognition that as important as Diwali is, so is democracy. You know, I had the honor of being in a room of many different cultures a few months ago, and I said, you know, almost all of us came from countries that don't have democracy. If it wasn't us or our fathers or ancestors, we're very, very blessed to be in a democratic situation, and I think tonight is the manifestation and the completion of that for everybody.
Part of the democratic process is having other people run against the incumbent as well. What do you say to the other folks who dared put their names on the ballot to compete against Patrick Brown for the top job?
I think there's something to be said for the way you conduct a campaign. I think if you conduct a campaign from a place of integrity, certainly democracy is about having a difference of opinion, but I also think there's a message in there, and it struck me just a little while ago, Diwali, you know, light versus evil, darkness. You know, people who conduct themselves with negative campaigns, and that's almost exclusively what they are, lies, innuendo, slagging. Well, I think Brampton rejected that message completely tonight and said, we know who Patrick Brown is. He's a good man. He's been a good mayor, and we want him for another 4 years.
That's certainly what the people of Brampton think. John, thank you for your time, and congratulations for a well-run campaign.
Thank you very much.
So again, celebration here at Patrick Brown headquarters. We expect to hear from him likely not too long from now. Nick and Lena, back to you.
Okay, Beatrice, thanks so much. And you can see Patrick Brown has done very well tonight. Nikki Kaur coming in second. And with that, let's bring in CTV's Sean Leathong, who's live at Kaur's election headquarters. I'm sure there are a lot of disappointed people in that room tonight, Sean.
Well, it happened obviously very quickly for the room here. Everyone just trying to catch up with the emotions of the evening because they were hoping that this would in fact be an upset. We knew that they did have an uphill climb in trying to defeat Patrick Brown, given the fact that he was an incumbent, that he had as much of a name brand recognition throughout his time on the national stage, on the provincial stage, and moving on. So we're just listening to the campaign managers a few moments ago saying that the candidate, Nikki Kaur, we are expecting her to speak in just a few moments. You can see the setup behind me as they did have to move quickly. We went in when the polls closed and we saw the candidate sitting with her family. There was obviously a lot of excitement because she was coming from relative political obscurity. You know, she worked in City Hall before this, and then she became something of a whistleblower back in the spring of 2021, calling out what she called corruption at City Hall. There was, of course, an internal audit, and that was cleared sometime later. But the name that came with that, she wanted to run to upset Patrick Brown, to give Brampton back their own city in a way that she put it, because she was somebody who was born here, who was raised here, who has always worked here, and wanted to have somebody who's always lived here to be the mayor. So that's what they were trying to do, but this was just a beginning for Nikki Kaur to see if she could make a name for herself and possibly go a little bit higher, maybe even upset somebody who's very well known in political circles, somebody who has a very powerful political machine. So you can see the crowd gathering around us right now, and they're obviously very upset with the outcome that we've seen so far. We're expecting the candidate in a few moments to come out and speak, but a lot of supporters here tonight, and obviously a lot of disappointment. So we'll see what they have to say in a few moments. For now, I'll throw it back to you.
All right, appreciate that. That is Shang Lithong in Brampton. Let's get you some other results right now. This is in Mississauga. CP24 has declared that Stephen Dasko has been re-elected as a Mississauga councillor. So Stephen Dasko is going back to council in Mississauga, of course, with Bonnie Crombie as mayor, because we've declared her a few minutes ago. A very comfortable win for Stephen Dasko this evening as Mississauga's councillor for Ward 1. Moving on, more results coming here from Mississauga for you now as well. John Kovac has been re-elected as a councillor in Mississauga as well. So a couple more familiar faces returning along with Bonnie Crombie at this point in Mississauga. So that's John Kovac, who we have declared a winner over Joan Pace-Jacobson and Michelle Bialik. Again, a fairly comfortable win there, about a 3,100 vote lead at this point, still with about 60 polls to go, but we've given it to him, not us, but our decision desk. And Carolyn Parrish, a familiar name from the federal political level down to the, of course, municipal level here, or at the municipal level. And Carolyn Parrish is going back to lead Mississauga's Ward 5 residents as a councillor at Mississauga City Hall, again, with Bonnie Crombie back as mayor. So no changes so far in Mississauga. Another incumbent, Matt Mahoney, also taking a very, very comfortable win there. More than 5,000 votes for Matt Mahoney as well. So that's a look at sort of Chris Fonseca, one more here from Mississauga as well. Ward 3, Chris Fonseca, another incumbent. You're noticing the trend here in Mississauga. All of the incumbents have hung on to their seats so far in Mississauga.
Okay, we'll get you some more Toronto results now. Take a look at this. Amber Morley in Ward 3. She's been elected. She defeated incumbent Mark Grimes tonight. So that's an upset for you. There you go. And this one was tight, but maybe not as tight as one would imagine. Mark Grimes, they're coming in second. So lots to talk about there. Amber Morley, Mark Grimes, they faced off against each other in 2018. This was a rematch. Morley taking it tonight. Let's take a look at Ward 22. A rookie incumbent, Nick Mantis, taking it there tonight. He won that ward in a by-election last year, and he did very well tonight in Scarborough Agent Court. So he is heading back to Toronto City Hall. Let's take a look at Ward 24. Longtime City Councillor Paul Ainsley has been re-elected. He didn't really face strong competition tonight. Let's see how he did. Look, he did very, very well in Scarborough Guildwood tonight. Paul Ainsley really taking most of those votes, doing very well there. Let's take a look at some other results for you now. This is Ward 25, where incumbent Jennifer McKelvey has been re-elected tonight. So another incumbent taking it. This will be her second term. She defeated an incumbent in 2018. That was Nathan Shan. So again, Jennifer McKelvey doing quite well in Scarborough Rouge Park. A lot of incumbents in Toronto and Mississauga doing very well tonight.
I remember speaking to her on her first day at City Hall 4 years ago. She was so thrilled to be there. And this is an interesting race that we were talking about, York Southwestern.
Yeah, you can see there, CP24 declares Francis Nunziata trailing Adrian. Yeah, it's just, take a look at how close that is. Housing advocate Chiara Padavani has a slight lead there. Adrian, can I just get your thoughts for a quick moment?
You know, if we are looking at potential two upsets for the City of Toronto tonight, Mark Grimes and potentially Frances Nunziata, who of course is former mayor of York. She's been around for a very long time. Speaker at City Council. I mean, all four of our councillor panelists know her very well, worked with her for a long time. That will be significant because John Tory, as re-elected as mayor, needs those 13 votes, right? You know, that's what he's looking at. You can talk about, you know, sort of that the new progressives that are coming to council. Luckily, it's going to be balanced out by some others that are back at council, like Stephen Holiday and Vince Cassanti, John Burnside. I will note, first time since 2000, no Ford is on Toronto City Council. That's interesting. But let's keep watching on Frances Nunziata's ward.
Let's also keep watching the results we're seeing here. This is the Vaughan mayoral race right now, and you can see at this point, 15 of 133 polls. So we got to put some perspective around this. Sandra Young-Racco, where Brahim Ladani is this evening, she has a 275 vote lead over Stephen Del Duca at this point. And the board before that, while we were listening to Adrian, some people may have noticed Oakville Mayor Rob Burton looks to be in a bit of a competitive race there as well. He has a slight lead in the Oakville mayoralty as well. So again, this is really interesting.
Mitzi, I want to get your thoughts on this. I mean, Del Duca has the support of a very popular mayor like Maurizio Bevilacqua. What is going on in Vaughan tonight?
Well, name recognition counts when it comes to local politics. Sandra Young-Racco, she's been a regional councillor for quite some time. She's run provincially for the Liberals as well. So she also has her supporters.
Sorry, Mitzi, just going to cut in here. This is Michael Thompson, of course, who's been re-elected tonight in Scarborough, out in Ward 21. Out in Scarborough, Michael Thompson is going back, of course, under this sort of situation that he's been dealing with legally, but he had a pretty comfortable win there tonight, more than 7,000 votes separating him from second place. As you can see him hugging his supporters, cheering, high-fiving, getting in, you know, the sort of, you know, the kind of relief that we heard from our, you know, council panel as well. You know, you win, you're feeling that relief, and now he's sort of taking that breath, knowing that he's going back.
So these are live pictures of Michael Thompson, who was just re-elected in Ward 21, Scarborough Centre. He decided to stay in the race despite facing sexual assault charges. He did step down as deputy mayor, you know, and he decided to go for it, and he is the winner tonight. So some controversy there, but again, Michael Thompson is the winner in Scarborough North, and tonight he is celebrating with his supporters.
You take a look at the numbers on the race board here right now. You can see a very comfortable, almost 7,500 vote lead here. 44 of 50 polls in, so a majority of the votes are in. Michael Thompson going back to City Council, of course, representing the residents of Ward 21 Scarborough Centre. So a significant win, I think we could say, for Michael Thompson tonight.
Mitzi, did you think he was going to have that kind of lead? Did you think it would be tighter than this?
Oh, no, there is no question that he was going to get re-elected. Michael Thompson is very well known and very well liked in Scarborough Centre. I think the controversy that has happened, as he has said, the courts will have to settle this, and that's how it is going to play out. But as far as his re-election is concerned, there was no question that he would have been re-elected. You know, he serves his constituents and his community, and he's been doing that for many, many years.
And Adrian, the city said he could run despite facing criminal charges.
We were seeing it in different areas across the province where allegations or charges have been laid, and you know people are still on the ballot. So I'm not surprised by this. Michael Thompson is so overwhelmingly popular in his ward. He's a good constituency councillor. That's why you see such high pluralities of his victory. But let's not discount the voter turnout here across the board. It's low, very, very low. That's concerning and of note, which I'm sure we'll discuss. But, you know, Councillor Thompson has an uphill battle ahead of him. It will go through the courts process. The allegations are significant and serious. I don't believe that we will see him put on Mayor Tory's executive again. So that will be a challenge for him as he returns to City Hall. It's going to be, you know, interesting to see how this all plays out. But at the end of the day, I believe for the handful of votes that are left to count, Michael Thompson's plurality is going to increase.
Gertrude, we haven't had a chance to speak to you about Bonnie Crombie's re-election this evening because part of her campaign, of course, was talking about separating Mississauga out of Peel Region, which, of course, includes Brampton and Caledon here. Your thoughts on where that could go, and does that concern you? What do you think?
It's a really complicated issue. And when you think about it, like right now, Brampton, Mississauga, Caledon, they share, police service, they share a variety of services. And I know there's always been that feeling of discontent that, certain municipalities are not getting what they deserve out of that arrangement, but it's complex. I know it's something that probably politically, something that obviously was a good position for Bonnie to take. But how that plays out, you're talking about effectively dissolving a regional government. And that's obviously very complex and will have a lot of impact.
Okay, we'll keep the conversation going, Garathan. Thanks so much. Let's turn to our Toronto City Council panel now. Mark Grimes. Should we talk about Mark Grimes? We'll begin with you, Mike. Your initial thoughts on what happened there?
Well, there's also an organization we haven't talked about yet on the panel is Progress Toronto. They've been active in wards all across the city, including this one, including encouraging folks to look for different options to support Amber Morley. And I think we saw this in this riding. We also saw it up in York Southweston and in other places in the city where voters took notice.
Absolutely, and we're going to hold that thought right there because Jennifer Shung is joining us right now from the Power Board with a little more on the sort of reaction and details behind the numbers. Jennifer.
Okay, thank you so much, Nick and Lena. We're taking a look at the closest mayoral races in the commuter areas of the GTA. So starting with Oakville, we have incumbent Mayor Rob Burton. This is a really close race. He's only leading by 496 votes. He is seeking a 5th term here, and he's been hailed by Environment Defence Canada as the greenest mayor in the country. So we'll pay attention to this because we have 71% of polls reporting, and that's not a huge lead, only 495. So we could see an upset there, still too early to tell. Moving on to Vaughan here, this is an interesting surprise. Former Ontario Liberal leader Stephen Del Duca trailing Sandra Yung-Rocco by 275 votes. We know that Sandra Yung-Rocco has served on the Vaughan City Council for 5 terms right now, but Del Duca, he has the endorsement of former Mayor Mauricio Bevilacqua. Still very early on, only 11% of polls reporting, so we'll watch this one closely. Finally, let's take you to Pickering right now, where there is no incumbent for mayor, but we see that Kevin Ash is in the lead by 714 votes, only 32% of polls reporting here. So these are some of the closest mayoral races happening in the GTA. We'll continue to check back at these. For now, we'll send things back to you, Nick and Lena.
Jennifer, thanks so much. We're going to take you live to Asma Malik headquarters now. Live images of the councillor-elect handing out hugs there. She's the first hijabi to become a city councillor in Toronto. She's a former school trustee, well-known community member, and she is the winner in Spadina, Fort York tonight. That is Joe Cressy's old ward. Joe, can I just get your thoughts on this? I mean, what's your reaction?
Listen, this is an incredibly meaningful victory, not just personally for Asma Malik, but I think for this city. This is a woman who has had to overcome an immense amount of real hatred in her races in the past, in many ways because of the color of her skin and the religion she practices. And so tonight's victory is a statement. It's a statement about who the city is. It's a statement about my downtown community that I had the privilege representing. And it's a real testament to her and her bravery.
And I've had the chance to talk to her. She's worked hard on this campaign.
Listen, nobody who runs for office doesn't put their heart and soul into it. And as you're watching these images, these tears are real. And they're real not just from Asma, but from their supporters around her. And so, listen, in this election, we've seen a couple trend lines play out. Mayor Tory securing a significant 3rd term. He will become the longest-serving mayor in Toronto's history. And we've seen a lot of new
Joe, I know you're excited
elected.
about this. We've got Scott Hurst about to speak with the winning candidate now. Let's hand it over to Scott. Scott, you have Asma with you right now.
Nick, I am live with Asma Malik. She just walked in here and this whole crowd erupted when she came in here. Campaigns are always so grueling. what does it feel like walking into this bar packed with people and getting that reception?
It's beautiful because this is never about one person. It's about a whole community of people. It's about a call for change, about a Toronto that we can believe in, a Toronto for all of us. Yes, yes. And that's what this is a representation of. And I'm so proud to have been on the ballot, but I'm bringing everyone with me to make sure that we have a city hall that actually is going to champion the needs of residents, especially in our downtown communities.
And you and I spoke just a few days ago, and one of the big things you mentioned to me, besides platform, besides politics, was representation.
Absolutely.
How important is that for you, knowing that you have won tonight?
It is everything. I'm just speechless. In 2014, I made history by being the first hijab-wearing Muslim woman to be elected to public office in Canada ever. And today, I made history by being the first one on Toronto City Council, and I'm so proud of us.
We had talked about Toronto being such a diverse place, of course, but there wasn't that representation as much as you wanted on council. Is this a bellwether for what's to come?
I certainly hope so. I know that every single time we step forward, we lead with values that are about making a more equal city, a more just, livable, affordable, and green city. And when we're able to do it from our experiences, the people who we are, for me as a Muslim, as a person of color, as a relatively young person, as someone who is a city dweller, all of these things, when we show up as ourselves, we show other people that it's possible too, and that progressive change is within reach in Toronto. I'm so excited about that. There's races across this city where we're seeing people push back against the status quo, and I'm so proud to be a part of that.
Nick and Lena, there we have it. Asma Malik now representing...
Safe. I want to make sure that we have prosperity, we have a healthy community, and I want to make sure that we are strong and we are resilient and we are prepared, certainly for all the things to come as we make great strides and effort with respect to making certainly this community better and this great city. Volunteers, thank you so much. Absolutely amazing. But I want to again just acknowledge certainly my family, and they have been there for me. They have been my rock, and they have in fact been valuable to the support that I've garnered and received through this election. They have been there in all the good times, and they've been there in the challenging times and so on. So this is by all measure your strength and your confidence in me as family, and we have worked hard together. So I strongly thank you for your guidance and your support through the challenging times. I want to also just thank my amazing team, the folks that are at City Hall, because of course during the last few months of the campaign, we've had the team of people who have actually been making sure that the residents of Scarborough Centre, that their issues and their concerns have been dealt with on a daily basis and so on. We've dealt with a number of challenging situations and so on. But this team has been with me for a long period of time. We've actually done a lot of work. You have been tireless in your dedication and your professionalism and so on, your loyalty and your passion. I want to thank you so much for that. It's really important. These people, in my view, deserve to be recognized for their contribution and certainly for their help on the campaign. And I know that I will get around and thank many of you personally as the evening unfolds and so on, but I want to also just take a moment to single out a number of people who have been instrumental in our victory tonight. This is extremely important. It's not me, Michael Thompson, alone. It is an absolute team of people. I want to thank Igor.
All right, so that is Michael Thompson, been re-elected in Ward 21. We've just been given a heads up that Mayor John Tory, re-elected Mayor John Tory, could be speaking in the next several minutes. So with that in mind, though, we'll go to our Steve Ryan. He's in Ward 16, Don Valley East, with the newly elected, or kind of newly re-elected councillor there. Steve.
Yeah, newly re-elected councillor, as well said. John Burnside, we were at his celebration gathering here. There are hundreds of people here. And let's just get right to it. John, your thoughts on tonight?
Well, let me tell you this, it's a lot more fun to win than it is to lose, and I've done both, and I'm just very grateful, not only to the community that elected me, but to all the volunteers. You know, these campaigns, they're a grind, and you depend on so many people, the goodwill of so many people, and you know, that's what I'm really thankful for.
What are your priorities here in your ward here? What are the first things that you want to get accomplished?
Well, you know, these wards are so big now that I think, and they're so diverse, right? And to say that I have a priority in one specific area is a little bit misleading. I want to really connect with all the communities, whether it's Flemington Park, Winford Heights, Fenside, Don Mills, you know, you name it, Victoria Village. It's connecting and understanding what the needs are of each community and then working towards those goals.
Now, would crime be one of the things that you would like to deal with? I mean, crime is a big topic for a lot of people, and you being a former police officer, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, 100%. That was part of my campaign platform. I think there's a feeling right now, and I've grown up in Toronto all my life. I think there's a feeling right now that the police, instead of being one step ahead, they're two steps behind. And there's a little bit of unease, and I'm not blaming the police for that. I'm just saying I think that's the feeling out there, talking to a lot of people from a lot of different areas of my ward. There's just unease, and I think we need to address that. And if that takes more funding, then it takes more funding.
And what about homelessness? Another hot topic. A lot of people are finding themselves without homes. Rents are high here in the city. What are your thoughts on that as well?
Yeah, I think they're two separate issues by and large. The homelessness issue, we need a lot more help from other levels of government, whether it's mental health issues that the province could help with, or just the fact that we have so many refugees coming into the country, which I'm all in favor for, but they're also filling up the shelters. And we need help with that. The federal government needs to step up. So that's a very complex issue, and hopefully I can, help in that debate.
Thanks and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Send it back to you guys.
Okay, Steve, thanks so much. Let's check in with our Christina Tenalia. She's live at John Tory headquarters at the Royal York. We could be hearing from John Tory any moment now, Christina.
And you know what, Lena, there is a lot of excitement in the room, but when CP24 declared that Mayor John Tory was re-elected to a third term, there's also that feeling of relief, that feeling of, you know, when you have faith in something, like the candidate that you're endorsing will stick around because you feel that they've been a steady hand, particularly during the pandemic. And then when you recognize they've been presented once again with that mandate, you almost have a moment to exhale. So this is quite interesting, too, because some pundits will look at whether or not this was the people of Toronto wanting to give Mayor John Tory a third mandate, or whether voters looked at the strength of his main contender, Gil Penalsoa. For the numbers we have so far is that John Tory was re-elected with about 60% support, which is quite close to what he was re-elected with when we consider those numbers back in 2018. It was 63% when his main contender was Jennifer Keesmaat. But when we go back to 2014 and the race was very tight, he received about 40%, just over 40% support. So certainly this time around, for John Tory comes with a lot of responsibility. He has to complete, essentially, it's his credibility, it will be his legacy. He has to complete and kind of put a bow, tie a bow on what he set out to do back in 2014. There is no doubt that there was a pandemic pause that delayed some projects he was passionate about. But this is not a patient city. If you were a driver or a cyclist, you certainly feel that way at times. And there is a feeling, there's almost a general consensus that people in this city have been waiting for things to get done. So giving John Tory a third mandate, the expectation will be that he completes some of the promises that he set out, or that he promised back in 2014. And this time around comes with a lot of responsibility for John Tory as mayor. He will be more powerful than ever before. He will have these strong mayor powers that have been granted to him by the province, and certainly that comes with a lot of responsibility. When do you use it? How often do you use it? How comfortable are you using that when you keep in mind the idea of a council is that you have consensus on decisions? So we expect Mayor Tory to come out soon. A little bit about him. He is 68 years old. These next 4 years will mean that Mayor John Tory surpasses Art Eggleton as Toronto's longest-serving mayor. He's been married to his wife, Barb, for 44 years. He has 4 kids, 6 grandkids, and now, once again, Canada's largest city that he will be responsible for the next 4 years. So we expect him out here any moment now to present for the 3rd time his victory speech. We'll bring that to you as soon as it begins. Back to you.
Okay, we'll check in soon. Christina, thanks so much. We'll take you to Brampton now. Let's take a look at some city council races there. This is Ward 1 and 5. Gaurav, we'll just get your thoughts here. Paul Vicente has been elected there. He's the incumbent, so he's heading back to City Hall. Is this a surprise?
No surprise here. He's the incumbent, and he wasn't really challenged, so we expect this.
Okay, do you expect to see a lot more incumbents heading back?
Well, there's one exciting one that we're really we're looking at, so I'm holding my breath on that one.
Okay, so let's take a look at the regional and city Ward 2 and 6 race there. Tell us what's happening here. Another incumbent.
Another incumbent. They weren't really challenged. The results really speak for themselves. So Michael Pelesci, this is not a surprise once again.
Yeah, and a very healthy lead there in Ward 2 and 6. Let's take a look at Ward 3 and 4 now. Martin Medeiros, the incumbent, coming out on top tonight. He's done very well. Martin
Medeiros is one of the key challengers to
Yeah.
Patrick. So once again, these were not the ridings that the wards rather, that people were really watching. So
And if you're Patrick Brown and you're looking at these results, what are you thinking? Pat Fortini re-elected in Ward 7 and 8.
Well, what Patrick Brown is hoping for is that these key seats in 9 and 10 and 2 and 6, like he had a 1-vote margin, right? So he just needs to get that one person over the line, and he's going to have his council.
Okay, I believe we have.
I got to shout out Harkirat saying this is a great progressive, an amazing individual, and not a surprise that he's winning.
Yeah, and he did very well there tonight. Okay, we're going to move on, talk more to our council panelists. Let's see if we can talk to Adrian about Vaughan. I hear that you're speaking to party insiders, the Del Duca camp. What are you hearing, Adrian?
Yeah, so some of the things that the Del Duca campaign is, unsurprisingly, there's lots of time left. Some of the polls and some of the areas that are yet to come in. They are suggesting those are perhaps more strong areas for Mr. Del Duca. So we're not prepared to declare anything or give anything up just yet. But, I think that's such, one of the critical things when you have such a low voter turnout in general. Your ground game, your get out the vote is so critical. And, with all due respect to my colleagues on the panel, both their provincial parties in the last election didn't do a very good job of that.
Neither did I.
But it's so critical when you know the power of incumbency matters. Yeah. But Vaughan had it was all fresh faces on the ballot, a new voice on the ballot, a new name on the ballot. So let's not take away anything just yet. But clearly a good campaign run by I believe it's Amber Young.
Long-time city councilor there.
Yeah.
Campaigns matter.
Well, voters matter, right? And I think that's what we're seeing. And take it from me, in 2018, I won by 74 votes, and we did not declare until it was close to midnight. And so we've got to let those votes poll by poll be counted when it comes to the Vaughan mayoral race.
You can see the numbers on the screen here.
And you can really see that it's razor close.
So she might have this tonight, Gaurav.
And she might have this, and she's earned it, right? She also has her name recognition. She also has, run provincially a couple of times for the Liberals. So let's see what happens when every vote is counted.
So if you're Stephen Del Duca and there's a big if around this and you lose that race tonight, I mean, is this the end of your political career?
I don't think so. I think Stephen is he's a smart man. Maybe this, okay. Maybe he's just, run a major provincial election. He jumped into the mayor's race, is now, in a very, very tight race. So, but he's a young man. He's got a lot of time ahead of him, and I just don't think that in this result we can say that he's finished with politics. Absolutely. I just think that it humbles you obviously to get this type of result, even if he does come out ahead, to see that those voters, that's where the attention has to be paid.
So we'll definitely pick up on that conversation. In the meantime, I want to bring our viewers up to speed on what we're kind of watching right now. We're expecting re-elected Toronto Mayor John Tory could be speaking at any moment now. Of course, he's been re-elected tonight to a 3rd term. That's the live scene right now at the Royal York Hotel, downtown Toronto. But we want to take you to Brampton right now. an enormous focus on Brampton right now. Of course, we know that Patrick Brown has been re-elected to his second term there. We're expecting to hear from re-elected Mayor Brown as well. Beatrice Vaisman is standing by live at Brown headquarters for us this evening to sort of give us a sense of the feeling in the room there. And of course, we've just gone through the ridings in Brampton. Beatrice, it's interesting to see how that council that Patrick Brown will be heading up again is shaping up too.
No question about that, Nick. I mean, all eyes are on how this council is going to shape up as well. It has been quite a dysfunctional council since the month of February, and that's when we've seen kind of two factions. You've got one group of
Beatrice, we've got to interrupt you right there because, as we mentioned, re-elected Toronto Mayor John Tory is about to speak. Let's listen live here on Your Vote 2022.
You learn a lot about a man when you're traveling around in a van across Ontario with him for 4 years. That's true about what I learned about him too. But I want to tell you, I just gave him a hug there, and I felt that beard against mine, and I thought maybe I should bring back my ponytail from the pandemic. I was watching TV upstairs, and they were saying that what are candidates doing when they're watching the results? And they said they think they're freaking out. I want it on the record clearly that I was not freaking out while I was watching the results. I denied that, but I was pacing around. But I'm glad to be here, and I want to say tonight, thank you everyone who's here, and thank you Toronto. I am deeply grateful for the faith and the trust that you've chosen to put in me once again to lead our city for 4 more years. I've delivered a number of these speeches on election nights, and you know, some of them were good, and some of them, to be candid, weren't so good. But tonight is a great night as we look ahead to a third term at City Hall with a strong mandate from the people of the City of Toronto. I want to begin by saying thank you to all of the people, because there were lots of them who put their names on ballots in this election. It's a courageous thing to do. And I want to, of course, congratulate those who've won seats on City Council. I look forward to working with all of them. And I'm hugely hopeful about the future of this city. But there are challenges in front of us, and we have to meet those challenges together. And I'm looking forward. I've said many times during the campaign, I want to work with anybody who wants to work with me. And I look forward to working with all of the elected members of City Council as we work together to make a great city better. I want to thank my family. I want to thank the campaign team. I want to thank the volunteers and everyone who supported me throughout the campaign and over the last 8 years as mayor. Well, we have a lot to celebrate tonight as a team and as a city. I requested that tonight should be lower key in keeping with these challenging times, and should be about you, the people who made this happen for the city and for me in this great democratic exercise we've just been through. And so I begin with a big and sincere thank you to my co-chairs, Anna Bailau, our deputy mayor who's retiring from politics for now, Deb Hutton and Zubair Patel, who have also been co-chairs of the campaign, and of course Patrick Harris, who did a superb professional job as campaign manager, and the entire campaign team, many of whom are here in this room. All of you, I give you my most sincere thanks. I want to thank you for your professionalism, for your amazing hard work, and above all, for your friendship. Because together, what we did is not that usual in this day and age. We ran a positive, responsible, honest campaign, one that goes against the prevailing negative, divisive trend, and I am very thankful for that, because that's the kind of campaign that I wanted to run, talking about what we're going to do and some of our ideas, and doing it in a positive way, positive about the ideas and positive about the future of this city. Serving as your mayor in this great city continues to be the honor of a lifetime. I love our city, and I love working for the people of this city. That's why I ran for re-election in the first place. We've come so far over the past 8 years, but we have unfinished business that I'm absolutely determined to see through. We've made so much progress on getting transit and housing built and growing our economy. And now we have a strong mandate to continue with that progress. And that is what I asked for, a strong mandate, and that is what I have been given. We're going to work with the provincial and federal governments to keep getting the big things done. We're going to get housing built, much more housing and much more affordable and supportive housing in many more places across our city. We're going to get the $28 billion transit plan built, the Scarborough Subway, the Ontario Line, the Eglinton Crosstown West, the Yonge Street North Extension, and I am determined to make sure that the Eglinton East, Scarborough LRT, and the waterfront transit lines will be moving forward as well during this term of office. We are going to do everything we can to keep our city affordable for the residents who live here and for those who want to live here. We're going to do everything we can to keep our city safe and to support the police as they continue to modernize and keep us safe. We're going to do all we can to support all of the community organizations who work to help the people who need the help the most, including those experiencing homelessness. We're going to make sure that City Hall is focused on the nuts and bolts services that you and all the people of Toronto rely on every single day. I indicated during the campaign, I am not satisfied that some of those basics are as they should be, and that we must and we will get to work on that tomorrow morning to make those things better and to make them as they should be and as they must be. We're going to do everything we can as a city government to make sure that Toronto's economy comes back stronger than ever. That's something I worked hard on prior to the time of the pandemic. I worked hard on it during the pandemic, and now I'm going to work hard to make sure we fashion the kind of recovery that leaves no one behind. And we're going to make sure in that regard that we keep our city united. I am very focused as a person and as a mayor on making sure that we do not fall victim to the strife and the divisiveness that we see elsewhere, and that we continue to be a city that welcomes and respects and supports everyone. There is no room in this city for the kind of hate or bitterness and division that some prefer for their own purposes. And so I will lead in a positive way. I will continue to lead in a positive way which unites, to set an example by respecting everyone and by standing up and speaking up when any group of Torontonians are disrespected. We have resisted the global tide of division over these past years. I'm proud of that because it is true that diversity is our strength, but even greater inclusion must be our goal going forward. You know, I knocked on literally thousands of doors right across the city these past few months. There were no media cameras there, just me talking with Torontonians. And notwithstanding what you sometimes read, most of those people were filled with pride and hope for their city. But many of them are tired. They're still recovering from the dark days of the pandemic. They're feeling the pressures of the affordability crisis. They did feel that their mayor and their city government supported them through those days, and now they are looking for continued support from their city government. Support for communities which remain distant from the opportunity that is Toronto. Toronto is opportunity. It's opportunity all over the place, but people feel distant from that opportunity sometimes. Support for seniors who think that we're not moving fast enough to accommodate some of their changing needs. Support for those experiencing mental health and substance use challenges. They seem too often to just fall between the cracks. It's better these days in that we see them, but now we have to collectively decide, and it's certainly a decision that I have made as the mayor now and the mayor who will be mayor for another 4 years, that we are going to support them. And we can't do that alone, but we must support these people who are suffering in our city. They're suffering from an illness that happens to affect their brain. Would we leave people unsupported who are having a heart ailment or a lung ailment or a problem with their stomach? We wouldn't. And we must not continue to leave unsupported those who are experiencing mental illness and substance abuse, and we can't do it alone. It is a responsibility of the healthcare system, and that is a responsibility in which we will have to have a partnership to support people, a partnership with the other two governments. I want the thousands of people that I met and others I didn't meet to know that I will be working as hard as ever for the next 4 years to address those concerns that I just mentioned and others, to try to improve those supports that I mentioned, because those are the kinds of things that stand between us and our full potential as a city. We all know there are these challenges and others ahead. I made no secret of that when speaking on the campaign trail. Whether it be the city government or your own household, we will have to face economic and financial challenges in the coming months. The city itself is looking at more than a $1 billion budget crunch for next year. And since I will not be imposing big tax increases on people already in the midst of an affordability crisis, it's just not the right thing to do. It does mean that the challenge is in front of all of us, and that's every single person of every stripe, from every point on the spectrum, every member of City Council, which is to work together to find better ways to do things. And it means working just as hard to make sure that we have continued real partnerships with the other governments. Partnerships in which they recognize that we, the local government, are often best suited to support people locally, but we are not equipped to go it alone. And that is what I was talking about when I made reference to people suffering from mental health issues and substance issues. With my experienced leadership and with committed council colleagues, and I'm sure they will be committed, I'm confident we can get through this period of uncertainty and come out stronger on the other side, because that's what people expect us to do. These challenges do not for 1 minute dampen my optimism about what lies ahead for this great city. In fact, I have never been more optimistic about this city's future, and you should be optimistic too. 4 years from now, I want you to be able to look back on this election and to know that you have made the right choice voting for me. I even want some of those who didn't vote for me to feel that the right collective choice was made on this day. So how will we measure that in 2026? Well, transit will have remained on track. More transit lines will be open, with more on the way. More housing will be getting built, and it will be lived in. Some of it will be lived in because it'll be built between now and then, hopefully as quickly as possible. It'll be happening faster than ever before. More homes will have been opened to families, and more will be on the way. And the supply of affordable and supportive housing will have been significantly increased. Our economy will be booming. Businesses will be thriving. More will be investing here, and more jobs will have been created. Toronto will have remained a destination of choice for the individuals and the companies and the entrepreneurs from all around the world, bringing their skills and their energy and their investments to help us to grow. The city will be focused on serving residents, providing the best level of service so that people are confident they're getting the services they deserve and the services that represent the best value for their tax dollars. Our roads will be safer for everyone. We will have a safe city. We will have very significant initiatives underway in the arts. I've talked about those in the campaign. New parks and open spaces I've also talked about. And we will be on track with our properly ambitious environmental goals. Those who've been marginalized will be able to feel a real sense of progress and hope on jobs and on transit and on housing. We will have continued to come together as a city. While so many other places have division and strife, Toronto will have continued to be a beacon to the world of a big, diverse city where everyone feels welcome, everyone feels safe and secure and respected. Those are the kinds of things I want people to be able to look back on when we get to 2026 at the end of this term in office. And we will continue at that time to be recognized and admired for actually creating and maintaining a more inclusive and respectful city. That is what I will be proud to call a successful next 4 years, and what I will work hard to deliver for you as your mayor. I'm ready to get back to work with the council, with the other governments, with the people to get things done. I'll be in the office first thing tomorrow morning working for you. And that's because, it's for this simple reason. I love this city. I love this city. I love this job and the responsibility that goes with it, the privilege that goes with it, and I know that you love this city too. I know that our best days and the best days of this city lie ahead of us. And with the strong mandate that we've received from the people of Toronto tonight, I look forward to making real progress for you, for your families, and for all of those who come to our great city in the years ahead to build their lives here. And so again, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I thank you, the team here, but I thank the people out there across the city for the strong mandate they've given me tonight. I can't tell you how grateful I am for the mandate and for the help. I thank you again. I hope you have a fantastic night. Let's celebrate. Thank you very much.
Okay, the soundtrack there. One more time. That's the latest from John Tory headquarters now, the re-elected Toronto mayor. Speaking to that massive crowd, we should point out we're still waiting for Brampton's mayor, Patrick Brown, to speak. We'll take you there live as soon as that begins. Let's check in with our council panel now. And you heard that shout out from John Tory. It's obvious through his speech, though, that he's still got a lot of work to do, but a very optimistic tone from him tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't feel like he had a lot of work to do, he would have run, right? I think that he really felt like he needed to be there to give more, to work on issues that are extremely important to him, like transit and housing, and to finish the work that he started. And I think we're going to see him coming in, hit the ground running. I think he's very anxious to get back to City Hall tomorrow morning and do the work that he campaigned on and that he got a strong mandate to deliver on.
Yeah, I'm sure, based on experience, that he'll be there dark and early, as we sometimes say in this
Exactly.
business. Mike, let's talk to you about, John Tory is going to be dealing with a very different looking council. A lot of progressives coming in today. How do you think that is going to adjust or change things on council, on this new council?
I think he's got a decision to make. Is he going to bring people in? Is he going to listen to the diversity of voices amongst the councillors, or is he going to stick to what he's committed to and not let the other voices enter? And I think he's proven in his time on council that there is space to involve other councillors, and I think he has brought folks in like Joe, like myself, like Anna, that came in to do work when he.
Sorry there, Mike, but we've got to jump in here because, as you can see, dressed completely in red, probably with some red shoes on, because Let's Dance is her favorite song. That is Mississauga's re-elected Mayor Bonnie Crombie, about to make her entrance at Metalworks there.
Ooh, let's see if we can get a
Bakari's trying to get a word in.
there.
Let's listen.
We're here right now. So, Mayor Crombie, look, this room is for you.
I'm really thrilled. Thank you to the voters, the residents of Mississauga, for continuing to have confidence in me. I hope I've provided strong, steady leadership to them, and I will continue to fight for them, continue to be their advocate, and continue to provide strong, steady leadership for them in the 4 years to come.
And Mayor, your family's here. We had a chance to speak with them. What do you want to say to them about their support?
I want to thank them. Every day there's been a lot of compromises, but they're incredible. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the very latest from a very excited Bonnie Crombie in Mississauga tonight. These live pictures coming to you from Crombie headquarters tonight. She is expected to speak in just a little bit. But, she's very popular in Mississauga. She could even be the next Hazel McCallion, right?
Well, you got to wonder, right? I mean, she's won 3 in a row now, and she a very decisive victory, hugging her campaign co-chair, John Capobianco, right there. But again, she's about ready to speak to her, huge crowd of supporters there at Metalworks. She's definitely put the pedal to the metal, as it were, in this campaign. Yeah. Definitely come out on top. So let's listen in live here as re-elected Mississauga Mayor Bonnie Crombie addresses her supporters.
Diwali and Bandi Chor Divas, to all of those celebrating Shub Diwali, Diwali Diyan Luk Luk Vidanya. Wow, what a night. It has been an incredible privilege to serve the people of Mississauga for the past 8 years, and I look forward to continuing to provide the same strong, steady leadership that you've come to deserve and expect from your leaders. Tonight's victory is our victory. It's because we share a common vision for the future we want to see for Mississauga. This is just the start of what we are going to achieve over the next term by working together. I want every single person in this room and voters across this great city, thank you. I want to say to you, thank you for your support. It's been truly humbling. John, thank you for that kind introduction, and of course for your support and your friendship over many years. I want to congratulate all my colleagues on their successful re-election and thank all of those with the courage to put their names on the ballot, from school trustee to councillor and of course to mayor. And I'd like to welcome some new councillors to the team. In Ward 2, Alvin Tejo. In Ward 6, Joe Hornick. In Ward 11, Brad Butt. And a couple other races that are too close to call at this moment, but I look forward to welcoming them to the team very, very soon. So let's give them a big round of applause. We are going to work together to move Mississauga forward and ensure that it is a great place to live. As many of you know, running a campaign requires a lot of effort, a lot of hard work from a lot of people. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank my entire campaign team led by Darren MacArthur. Many of them are here with us tonight. Let's hear it for them. Honestly, they are the people who put in all the long hours, all the long nights. And to all our volunteers who gave up their evenings, their weekends, and their time away from their family and friends to put up thousands of lawn signs and knock on countless doors. I'm not going to name names, but I sincerely want to thank you all, everyone who has continued to stand with me. And while I may be the one up here tonight, it wouldn't be without the efforts of countless people, particularly my 3 children, Alex, Jonathan, Natasha, my partner, all who support me unconditionally and understand that I've made a commitment to public service, which often means significant time away from them. And on that note, I stand here tonight with a promise. As your mayor, I will continue to stand up for our city and what's best for our city. Unite, not divide people. Fight for fairness while advancing our efforts to build a world-class city that is the envy of the world. Know that you can count on me to get the job done. I ran on a campaign of strong, steady leadership. And for the past 11 years, I have never stopped working for Mississaugas. And I will get up tomorrow morning and continue working for you. In less than 2 years, Mississauga will turn 50. We are no longer a young suburban city. We are emerging as an innovative, sustainable city of the future. As the province's 3rd largest city, Mississauga stands tall. We stand proud, and we stand ready to take on the future. Yes. We are a city capable of making its own decisions and standing on our own 2 feet. An independent city, yet one that remains affordable for middle-class families. A place where your children and your grandchildren will be able, and of course will want to live, to work, and raise a family for generations to come. And we will do this by continuing to tackle the housing affordability crisis and making progress on our plans to build more middle-income housing and provide more housing options.
Okay, we've been listening to another three-peater tonight. Mississauga Mayor Bonnie Crombie speaking to her supporters at Metalworks in Mississauga after being re-elected in Mississauga.
And we are now joined by Toronto's re-elected Mayor John Tory. Mayor Tory, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations to you. I know you're so busy celebrating with your family, with your supporters tonight. How does it feel?
Well, I feel very good about getting a strong mandate from the people, and I love the city and I love this job, and I'm looking forward to tackling the issues that were discussed much in the campaign and starting tomorrow morning. So it feels good. It always feels better. I have won and I've lost in politics, and winning feels better, I assure you.
I'm sure that it does. I have to ask, because last time around we thought this was it. Is this really going to be it?
Yes, I'm a believer in term limits, actually, and I believe that the time, for term limits to be applied is 12 years. I think that's a reasonable time to get some things done. Things take time, when it's big transit projects or turning around the ship when it comes to housing, these kinds of things. But I think after that period of time, it is time for someone else to take over, and so there'll be an election in 4 years, and there'll be a new mayor at that time.
Okay, you heard it here on CP24 first. This is John Tory's last term. Okay, let's talk about what's next for you, Mayor, because this is a turbulent time in Toronto, right? The city is facing a housing crisis, an affordability crisis. A lot of people are having trouble making ends meet. How do you plan on tackling that?
Well, I'll tell you the first thing I'm not going to do, which is I'm not going to bring in big tax increases to make life worse for people. I mean, they are straining under the increased prices for groceries and gasoline and increased interest rates. And so I've committed and I've received a mandate to keep tax increases below the rate of inflation. But I will also be moving at the same time to be more aggressive in our efforts to make sure that we can have the supply of affordable housing and increase the supply of housing generally and supportive housing, because there are lots of people experiencing homelessness with issues in their lives that need to have that housing, and we're going to step up the pace of getting that housing built and approved, and that's going to be something I'm going to tackle this week. Also this week, I'm going to get on with doing some things to respond to the messages that I heard when I was at thousands of doors about how some of our basic city services are not what they need to be. And I think that's an after effect of the pandemic, but it doesn't really matter what the reason is. We've got to do better, and we will do better, and we can do better. And then finally, I hope you heard me say in the remarks I made, those who were able to hear those, that I'm going to be taking an even keener interest than I have in the plight of people with mental illness and mental health issues and substance use issues. It is just not right that we are letting people fall between the cracks. At least we're now seeing them, as I said in my remarks. We recognize and talk about the fact that there are people facing these issues, but we are not yet responding in the way that we have to. And quite frankly, while we will be leaders in the delivery of services to support those people, we cannot be the ones, because we just can't, we're not equipped to pay for all of that. So we're going to have better partnerships with the other governments.
Mayor Tory, you are one of only 2 mayors across Ontario that will be able to use the so-called strong mayor powers. I wonder if you plan on changing your political style at all and perhaps being a little more aggressive, knowing that this is your last term as mayor, so you don't have to put yourself up for re-election again.
Well, no, I'm not going to do that. But look, I won't use the word aggressive, but I will use the word determined. And I think if you're determined, you can still collaborate. I am who I am, and I believe in collaboration my whole life in every aspect of my career. I've been a person who collaborates and who works to build consensus, and I will continue to be that way. However, if people try to stand in the way of the transit plan, or they are balking at some of the changes we simply have to make in order to increase the supply of housing and affordable housing, or if they are people who don't recognize the realities that we have to deal with in terms of our finances, then of course those authorities would be used. But I'm very hopeful they won't have to be used very often, because I think that most people recognize what it is we have to do and what I got a mandate to do from people right across the city.
Okay, that is re-elected Toronto Mayor John Tory joining us live here for his first interview on CP24's Your Vote 2022. Mr. Mayor, appreciate your time. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Nick and Lena. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye now.
Okay, let's take a look at some more results coming in from Vaughan. Again, these are early results, but look at that. That is tight, tight, tight. Now we have Stephen Del Duca in the lead again. It's still early, but you can see longtime city councillor Sandra Young-Racco. She is in second place now. So the scripts have been flipped there. But again, anything could happen. 75 out of 133.
Okay, let's take you live to Brampton right now. Re-elected Mayor Patrick Brown just about to hit the stage to speak to his supporters here. An enthusiastic greeting, a very warm greeting. Let's listen live and listen as re-elected Mayor Patrick Brown talks to citizens in Brampton.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, what a big victory tonight. Thank you, Brampton. And of course, happy Diwali and Bandi Chor Divas to all those celebrating this evening in our city. Now, Genevieve, very special night for us to see such beautiful support across the city. And I have to say, this is a win against the politics of negativity, of mudslinging. We ran a positive campaign. We refused to engage in the ugly side of politics and focused on what we've achieved for Brampton over the last 4 years and what we hope to achieve in the next 4. And I'm proud to say we stood up for Brampton over the last 4 years. We fought for Brampton over the last 4 years. When we weren't getting proper funding for health care, we declared a health care emergency and forced the conversation and convinced the government that Brampton does need a second hospital, and construction's going to start in the next year. We've got a med school coming to Brampton too, first in 100 years in the GTA. Whether it's new recreation, the 2 new facilities, field hockey, cricket. Any cricket fans here tonight? Okay. A healthy city is one that's active, and that's what we're determined to build. You know, I look at the expansion in transit that we're proud to have fought for, expansions in GO Train. We actually had a press conference on a moving GO Train 4 years ago when they curtailed GO Train service, and we got it back, and now it's even being expanded. You know, Brampton is a beautiful city. It's such an honor to fight for this city. And I'm proud to say that we are the only big city in the country that froze property taxes and at the same time brought in free transit for seniors. I see some of our first responders here tonight in the crowd, to the firefighters, to the paramedics, to the police who stood by us. I just want to say thank you. You know, incredible. You know, individuals who run towards danger when everyone else runs away. There's a debt of gratitude we have for our first responders. And one thing I wanted to say tonight is a lot of people sometimes will point the finger at Brampton. And I think there is talent, resiliency, and greatness in our city that we should be proud of. I want us to hold our head high. You know, during the pandemic, you had people pointing to Brampton, saying we had higher positivity rates. We had higher positivity rates during COVID-19 because we have the most essential workers of any big city in this country, and it was our truck drivers, our logistics sector, our food processing plants that kept Canada's supply chain together. And if anything, we should be saying, thank you, Brampton. Thank you, Brampton. You know, I had the... Thank you, Shafi. I had the New York Times call my office a few weeks ago. Maybe it was actually 2 months ago now. And they said, what's in the water in Brampton? And I said, well, it's clean, good water. And they said, no. Why does one city have half the soccer players going to the World Cup in Qatar? There is talent. There is talent in our city that we should be proud of. And it's not just soccer. The Tyler Seguins who won the Stanley Cup, the Sean Monahans, the cricket stars, the field hockey stars. There is an extraordinary talent in our city that we should be proud of. The Alessa Caras, the Rupi Kaurs. I'm proud to be a Bramptonian, and I want all of you to be proud to be Bramptonians. You know, you look at the $5 bill and the Canada Arm. Well, the robotics on the International Space Station, they're being built on a facility that's being designed right now in Financial Drive. So you know in the movies they say, hello Houston? Pretty soon they're going to start saying, hello Brampton. 700 rocket science jobs. Any other city would dream of an investment like that. And we're going to keep on fighting for Brampton. We're going to keep on sticking up for this city. You know, we live in the downtown with our children, Savannah and Theodore, and we want them to grow up in a city that can achieve its potential. And we're going to work day in and day out to move Brampton forward. And there's so many people that I could thank tonight. And I don't want to single anyone out, but I just want to say to all of you, thank you. Thank you. And well, thank you. You know, my approach to Brampton is we're a mosaic of cultures, of faiths, of people. And part of the beauty of Brampton is that I meet every week, someone who's come to the city with nothing but the shirt on their back and achieved extraordinary success. You know, you look at Bikram from BVD, just donated $10 million to our hospital. And I asked him, such an extraordinary contribution, why did you step up and give so much to our hospital? And he said the success he's had is only possible in a city like Brampton and a country like Canada. How beautiful is that? And I think that's what's incredible about our city and our country. It doesn't matter who you love, where you're born, the color of your skin, what God you worship. Anything is possible in our city and our country if you're willing to work hard. That describes Brampton to the core. And if any aspect of our family is attacked, because we're a family in Brampton, whether there's an attack against the Sikh community, the Muslim community, the Hindu community, the Christian community, attacks against any of us is an attack against all of us. And it's why, yeah. And part of the beautiful thing of this election, of this big win tonight, is those that tried to attack different parts of our family. Hired political guns from other cities who thought they could run on a track record of hate and try to divide our community. It didn't work. You can't bring hate to Brampton. It's not welcome here. So, in closing, I just want to say how incredibly grateful we are to all of you tonight for supporting us on this journey. I see my mother's in the crowd, my father, my sisters. You know, we're so fortunate to have a close-knit family. I've got a superstar as a wife, right? My rock, yeah. You know what I always say? I'm in charge at City Hall, but at home, this is the boss. Happy wife, happy life. So thank you, Genevieve. So thank you, Brampton. 4 more years. Let's move the city forward. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, there is Brampton's re-elected Mayor Patrick Brown speaking to his very enthusiastic supporters this evening.
All smiles tonight.
Oh, he is a very happy man indeed. Very much looking forward to his next 4 years. He says, of course, leading the city of Brampton. It's going to be an interesting council that he has. We're still watching those races closely, but in the meantime, let's show you some of the other races we're watching closely as well. Some mayoral races beginning in Hamilton. This is a tight one. Take a look at this. 30 of 246 polls. They had some delays in Hamilton, so their numbers are coming in a little bit later here. But after 30 odd polls, Andrea Horvath, former opposition and NDP leader in this province, is ahead of Keenan Loomis, former chair of the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce there, about a 400-vote lead. So that's an interesting race to watch.
Yeah, we will have to talk about that. Let's take a look at the race for mayor in Vaughan. That is where Stephen Del Duca has the lead, but not by much. This is a tight race. Sandra Young-Rocco, longtime city councilor, she's in second place now. This after Del Duca was trailing for much of the evening. Wow.
Interesting to watch that.
Okay, let's check in with our Jennifer Shung now. She's live at the Power Board, watching some of these results very closely. Jennifer.
Okay, Lena, thank you so much. So as we know, Mayor John Tory has been re-elected for a 3rd term. And as he broke the news to all of us when you spoke with him, Lena and Nick, he said that this would be his final term, that 12 years is enough. So with that, we want to provide some analysis and show you which wards he had the greatest margin of victory. Starting with Ward 2, Etobicoke Center, yes. We see here that he won by almost 17,000 votes over his closest challenger, Gil Penalsoa. And this is a ward where, you know, he supported incumbent Stephen Holiday, who also got reelected as councillor to this ward. Moving on to Etobicoke Lakeshore, this is where he also won by, oh my gosh, look at that, close to 17,000 as well. And he leads Gil Penalsoa by a whopping amount of votes here. Now, it's interesting here because I should mention that he supported incumbent Mark Grimes, who was a city councillor for quite a long time here, 20 years, first elected in 2003. And we know that Grimes, huge upset in this election, he lost to Amber Morley. So it doesn't seem to matter that his incumbent who he supported didn't win in this ward. Moving on to Eglinton Lawrence, ward number 8. He won here by almost 14,500 votes. And this is where he supported incumbent Mike Cole, who also got reelected to city council. Now, in terms of the slimmest margin of victory, we do want to show you there's pretty much won, and that's Ward 9 Davenport. We know that in this ward he endorsed Grant Gonzalez, who of course lost by quite a lot of votes to Alejandro Bravo, who is supported by Progress Toronto. And I should mention that one of our panelists tonight, who is the former incumbent to Ward 9 Davenport, Anna Bailau, was Mayor John Tory's former deputy mayors. So just an interesting situation with how quick that support for Mayor Tory in this area is so close and so tight. As you can see, he only won by 336 votes in this ward. So just some interesting checks on where the votes went in terms of the wards, but we'll have more information for you later on in the show. For now, we'll send things back to you, Nick and Lena.
Thank you for that. Let's take you back to Brampton right now. Re-elected Mayor Patrick Brown is talking to reporters live in a scrum. Let's listen.
Mayor, we're back up live on CP24. Congratulations on your victory. How are you feeling?
I feel great. A big mandate, and it allows us to go back to City Hall and work confidently that we have the support of the vast majority of the city. You know, last time when I won, it was a very small margin, only one councillor supporter around the table, and I'm coming back here tonight with a large majority around the table and a massive majority of support from the city.
You need more friends on council as well. It's been a dysfunctional council, essentially 5-on-5 since February. How do you bridge that gap moving forward to make sure that the people of Brampton actually do get work done from their elected officials?
So now we have a clear majority around the council table. We're not going to have that type of dysfunction. I don't regret some of the decisions that I took. I took on an old guard that had controlled Brampton for a very long time. I brought in an anti-nepotism policy that was very controversial, said you couldn't hire family members. I insisted that every contract had to be tendered because competition is the best thing for taxpayers. So I know when you bring change to a city, it can ruffle feathers, but that's the type of transparency and accountability that I expect, and I'm going to continue to ensure. We did over 100 town halls in the last 4 years, 100. I wanted to make sure that whether it's during the pandemic where I had Dr. Lowe on teletown halls or Chief Nish on teletown halls, we made sure that the residents had all the information I had, because I think the best source of confidence you can give to residents is transparency.
Are you going to continue with the university fall? Are you going to continue to try and get another university or college campus here in Brampton?
Absolutely. You know, as you know, we fought for a university. We had 6 councillors who were adamantly against a university, and I think there's no reason Brampton can't have both a college and a university. Of course, it's well known the existing college opposed the university concept, but I believe young people in Brampton deserve the same opportunities as a young person in Waterloo, Sudbury, Kingston, Guelph, just to name a few much smaller cities that have a university. So I'm going to continue to be ambitious, fighting for more for Brampton. I think for far too long our city was shy and polite, and we didn't stick up for ourselves.
You've been clear that you wanted to run a clean campaign without the mudslinging, and it worked. Why do you think that resonated? So often in so many campaigns, the mudslinging tends to work, not in this case.
Well, I think it shows in the hearts of our residents that there's more love and decency in residents than there's those that admire that type of U.S.-style negativity. And boy, did we see a lot of it this campaign. And so I think it speaks to the maturity of our city that we reject that type of toxic politics.
Mayor, just in from the Nikki Kaur campaign, they've sent a notice to media saying, as of 9/20, a scrutineer at Brampton City Hall reporting multiple machines were locked and broken, that numerous technical issues were ongoing, including broken machines and locked machines. The scrutineer describing a lot of problems. What do you say to that?
I think the campaign just got blown out of the water, and they're probably looking for some talking points. You know, our city clerk is a man of integrity, and I'm sure he ran a very fair election. And so, you know, I would just say for those that misled on polls, those that tried attack ads, I think now is the time to acknowledge it didn't work rather than make excuses. You know, we had people, paid political operatives who aren't from Brampton, that came in from far away to run a negative campaign, and they got soundly rejected. And so I guess they're a little bit embarrassed right now because they put out polls that were false. They made allegations that were clearly wrong. And, you know, I'll go back to this, and I've said this before. You know, the reason I fired Nick Cavalis in 2016 when I was the PC leader was he retweeted a comment, "Islam is poison." And I know he's here on a vendetta, but I don't regret dismissing him in 2016. I'll never have space, never give oxygen to hate, intolerance, and that type of ugliness.
Thanks so much, Mayor. Congratulations.
Okay.
Okay, we've been listening there live. Re-elected Mayor Patrick Brown talking, about the situation that he, of course, is facing there in Mississauga. They're talking, though, about a big mandate from voters and also, as he described it, a large and clear majority around the table. The way the votes have broken out tonight, it looks like he's got 6 of the 10 councillors on the new Brampton City Council that will sort of be more following in line with his mandate and what Patrick Brown wants to do. So that was interesting to see that there.
Okay, a live shot once again from Patrick Brown headquarters in Brampton. A lot of people there. After 4 rocky years, he is heading back to Brampton City Council. It's important to note his opponents have called for provincial intervention, a lot of them asking for Queen's Park to investigate the controversies at Brampton Hall. So we're looking at a lot of drama in that city, a very divided Brampton City Council.
Yeah, Gertim, why don't you pick up on that? Because some of our viewers may not be sort of closely tuned into Brampton politics as you are here. Why don't you give them a little bit of a sort of bring them up to speed on where things are at there?
So the results are still coming in, but the mayor made mention to this that he has the votes that he needs around city council. I predict, based on the searching on my phone, there was those 2 seats that I was mentioning. It's wards 2 and 6 in the city and wards 9 and 10 regionally. Those are the seats of contention. It looks like 2 and 6 is going to Navjeet Kaur based on what I'm seeing. And that must be what Patrick is mentioning, that there's fresh faces coming onto council. It's going to be 5 plus him, which is 6, which gives him the votes, ends this deadlock that has been holding Brampton back and allows them to start going forth with business as usual. So that's what I predict, but we're still waiting for the actual call to come from the official call.
Of course, yes. And how does he unite a very divided city council?
Well, election night united it for him. It looks like that's what he's making a suggestion to. That he had those. It was 4 and 1, and with the inclusion of the new councillor, I think that's what he's mentioning. That he now has that support from council that allow him to push forward. It's important to note that
look at the race here in Pickering, of course, and you can see here over Janice Frampton, about a 1,200 vote win. All those polls are in there, so that is a fairly decisive victory on that side. So Pickering's mayor is there.
Okay, and we'll take a look at the race for mayor in Whitby tonight. That is where Elizabeth Roy has been elected. Let's see if we can take a closer look at that race, see how she did tonight. So doing very well there, a very decisive victory for Elizabeth Roy. Deidre Newman coming in second there.
All right, so that's Pickering, that's Whitby, and then we're going to move on, of course, to Oshawa. Dan Carter back for his 2nd term as mayor of Oshawa. Of course, his 1st term was tumultuously involved with the situation. He comes in, and then General Motors apparently appeared to be pulling out of the province here. Dan Carter was very steadfast in his support for General Motors, and of course, we've seen the turnaround there, and you can see the result there. He's handily won.
Okay, this is an interesting result here. Mark Sutcliffe elected mayor of Ottawa. This after Jim Watson left office, so he is the new mayor there. Let's take a look at how he did. Wow. Okay, so he did very well tonight. A very good night for Mark Sutcliffe. Catherine McKenney, a lot of people said this was going to be close.
Yeah.
She came in second.
And there's Frank Scarpitti, the mayor of Markham, back, or pardon me, leading. Frank Scarpitti is leading at this point in Markham. Again, this is just a two-horse race between Frank Scarpitti and Don Hamilton here. Scarpitti about 1,100 vote lead with only 10 of 49, so we're only 20% of the vote is in there at this point.
But he's looking good. Okay, let's take a look at the race for mayor in London. CP24 declares Josh Morgan elected mayor of London. So they are getting a brand new mayor there. Khalil Ramal coming in second, but I mean, a decisive victory for him there, doing very well in London.
All right, let's take you back to Mississauga right now, where our Bakari Savage is live at the Metalworks, where Bonnie Crombie has been re-elected. It looks like you've got the re-elected mayor, Bakari.
Yeah, good evening, Nick and Lena. So first off, we're just going to speak with the re-elected mayor, Bonnie Crombie, who is here with her family. We were just chatting earlier. Again, what do you want to say about the example that your mom has set for you? You are trailblazing right here in Mississauga?
My mother's always been my rock. She's always been there for me, and I'm an only child. She gave me the confidence to do what I do today. She's the one who said to me, if it is to be, it is up to me. It means you control your destiny, you do it. And of course, my children, who I'm so proud of, they gave up their time to support their mother. They're all very accomplished in professional positions. And, you know, we have a history of doing family dinners together where we debate and discuss issues and policies, and they take me to task. They're pretty impressive, too.
Hey, Mom, we're live on CP24 right now. What do you want to say to your daughter on tonight's win?
Well, I'm very proud of her, and she works hard, and I'm very, very happy and proud of her. And
okay, so Mayor Crombie, getting down to business, you got a lot ahead of you. This is a very, very big pivotal moment for the city of Mississauga. 2 years, celebrating 50 years, and separating from Peel Region. Let's go into the numbers here.
So this is a very transformative time for us, and my goal is to build complete communities, sustainable communities, and build a more livable, walkable city that's more affordable for people, a place where people can afford to live, to work, to invest. I continue to attract investment into Mississauga. Even throughout COVID, we had a very strong record attracting over 2,000 businesses and creating 13,500 jobs. We continue to build public transportation. At the same time that we build new developments, we have new sustainable mixed-use developments at the waterfront that are the envy of the world. The world is looking at us in the example we're setting because we're trailblazers here in Mississauga. We're the benchmark city. People look to see our example. How did Mississauga do it? So I'm very proud. I'm honored that people have put their confidence in me to grant me a third term. I hope I have provided strong, steady leadership to people over the past 8 years and will continue to do so.
Okay, Mayor, don't go anywhere. I have to toss it back to the studio right now. Nick, Lena, back to you. I'm going to continue my conversation with Mayor Crombie.
Okay, some cheers and a lot of cheering at Crombie headquarters tonight in Mississauga. Thank you, Bakari. Next, we'll take you live to Vaughan. CP24's Eden DeBebe joins us live from Stephen Del Duca's election headquarters, where a lot of people in that room are still waiting for the official results. I'm sure there is some anxiety there, Eden.
Absolutely, but a lot of excitement. It's definitely a closer race than his team was expecting, but we just heard someone on the podium now announcing that Del Duca is leading in the polls, and that's exactly right. There is still much more ballots to be counted, but right now he is leading against his competitor, Sandra Young-Racco. It is still neck and neck, though, really anyone's game. We spoke to Mayor Bevilacqua a little bit earlier this evening about Del Duca's chances, and he says he thinks he's got a fair shot. He's been speaking with him every hour on the hour, giving some advice, giving some tips about what to expect in an election like this. Now, we know that the late polls in Vaughan did close just a few minutes ago, about 26 polling stations having extended hours here tonight, and that could play a factor in what the results end up being. But when Del Duca arrives, I will keep you updated, set to walk right through these doors, introduced by Mayor Bevilacqua himself, and whether it'll be a concession speech or a victory speech, that remains to be seen. But again, lots of excitement in this room tonight, Lena and Nick.
Yeah, certainly, Eden. Thanks for that. So close there. So let's get to the other side of that story. CTV's Raheem Ladani is standing by at Sandra Young-Racco's election HQ. Again, the anxiety and the anticipation must be huge there, Raheem.
Yeah, Nick, you're certainly right. I'll tell you, the music has picked up in the last few minutes, and the room has really filled up with supporters of Sandra Young-Racco. The people here, they're excited, but they're also nervous. The line of the night that we've heard a lot throughout being here is, this is going to be a close one. Every time the vote tally comes up on CP24, you see people going up to the screen and taking photos because for a couple minutes you see Young-Racco up by a few hundred votes. Then you see Del Duca up by a few hundred votes. And so they know this is going to be a close race. But everyone in this room, they truly feel that Young-Racco is the one that should be leading Vaughan as the next mayor. They feel that she has a great track record. She's been on city council for nearly 2 decades, since 2003. They feel that she has been at the forefront of a lot of the issues, and they feel that that municipal experience is what is needed for the residents of Vaughan. When I talked to Young-Racco earlier today, she told me that the lack of experience that Del Duca has when it comes to municipal politics is going to hurt him. She says that the people of Vaughan want someone who can be held accountable for their decisions. Now, on the flip side, they do acknowledge that Del Duca has that name recognition. He just comes off a failed Ontario Liberal leadership race back in the spring, and so they feel that, yes, it's going to be an uphill battle from a name recognition point of view, but the people in this room, they truly do feel that Sandra Young-Racco is the one that should lead as the next mayor of Vaughan. Now, as Eden mentioned a few minutes ago, that the last poll, there were some difficulties here in Vaughan earlier tonight. The last polls closed at 10 p.m. So it'll be interesting to see what the voter turnout is going to be. In 2018, voter turnout in the city of Vaughan was around 27%. At last check, it was around 24%. So as more votes trickle in, we'll see what that number is. But here, there's a lot of nervous anticipation here at Young-Racco's headquarters, but they're hoping for a victory. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Raheem Ladani, thanks so much for this. That is a close race. Let's bring in our Jennifer Shung. She's watching the results very closely from the Power Board tonight. Jennifer.
Thank you, Lena and Nick. So we want to give you an update on the close mayoral races, the notable races in the GTA, starting in Vaughan, where it's a very tight race between former Ontario Liberal leader Stephen Del Duca and Sandra Young-Racco. We just heard from Eden at headquarters for Del Duca and saying that the polls will be extended to later tonight. But as you can see, only 615 votes and 71% of polls reporting. So we'll check back on this situation coming up. But let's take you to Markham, where Frank Scarpitti, who's been the mayor of Markham since 2006, he's leading by about 1,175 votes here to Don Hamilton. If you don't know Don Hamilton, he's probably familiar to the residents of Markham. He was a former teacher there, has lived in the area for over 50 years, and he's also a longtime city councillor and was elected to be the deputy mayor in 2018. When asked why he wants to run, he says, well, it's time for change, and he thinks he can be the better alternative to Markham Mayor Frank Scarpitti. Next up, finally, we'll take you to Hamilton, where a very close race is happening now between former NDP party leader Andrea Horwath and Keenan Loomis. Keenan is the former Chamber of Commerce CEO. As you can see, the lead here is less than 750 votes. We've got 41% of polls reporting. This is a very tight race to watch. Just about a few weeks ago, market research had Andrea Horwath to be favored in the lead, but we knew that lead was the gap was closing on that. So we'll have to see how this plays out. But there are the numbers so far for these closest mayoral races in the GTA. We'll hand things over to you, Nick and Lena.
All right, Jennifer, appreciate that. And just to really go over and emphasize that point again, that Vaughan ride, that race for mayor in Vaughan right now between Young-Racco and Del Duca.
That is tight.
Far too close to call right now. Just take a look at that 615 votes separating the top two candidates in that race there. It's coming down to them. 94 of 133 polls in. So 40 more polls to go. Still plenty of votes out there. So we'll, of course, be watching this incredibly closely and see which way this one ultimately goes. Another close race, of course, we are watching is out in Hamilton, where there have some delays with the vote there. But, of course, this, as Jennifer was just referring to, between Andrea Horwath right now and Keenan Loomis, that appears to be the race there. Let's give you a look at where it's at right now, just to give you a sense of where it is. Again, about 750 votes separating the former opposition and NDP leader who began her political career in Hamilton on council in the late 90s, eventually made her way to Queen's Park.
You can see Keenan Loomis, former chamber boss, has the lead tonight. Garathan, your thoughts on this? Andrea Horwath in second place, but again, still very early.
You know, I'm a big fan of Andrea. She's a strong progressive, and she'll be good for Hamilton. But, you know, it's early right now. It's too close to call at this point. But I'm sitting literally at the edge of my seat watching this. And
should it have been this close, though? Were you expecting this to be easy for Andrea Horwath?
I don't think, you know, it's never easy in politics. And I think anyone who takes it for easy is taking it for granted. You got to work hard for every single vote. And I believe that's what she's been doing. She's a hard worker. She's the Steel Town Scrapper, I believe is her nickname. And just, you know, hoping that she can pull this one off.
But in local politics, you cannot underestimate the work that someone like Keenan Lewis, head of the chamber, has been doing in the community. So that counts for something, and he obviously is giving it all he has tonight.
And both will be frustrated with the former mayor, Bob Bertina, getting in the race. I mean, where is he pulling the votes from?
Yeah, that's a great question.
But, you know, I think just because it is so close, and I mean, no one's prepared to make a call yet. But Andrea Horwath has incredibly high name recognition. She did win her riding in the last provincial election, even though we all know how the ultimate result ended up.
Keep on reminding me about
but
that.
that said, I mean, I'm here to help. But that said, this should have been a little bit wider margin for her. But she is all of those things that Garothan just said. She's a hard worker. She's a scrapper. Let's not count anybody out just yet. But it's the same can be said with respect to what's going on in Vaughan.
Right.
Sort of similar principle.
very much
Again,
so.
we talked about this before. Getting your vote out, your ground game. People who don't think that their votes count, look at tonight in these two cities alone.
So Keenan Loomis leading by 297 votes. Boy, is that tight.
That's
tight.
It's too narrow.
And it's still like a 100.
You know, regardless of who ultimately ends up here, what kind of a mandate is that for them as well? I mean, let's see what the makeup of council is, you know, where sort of things shake out in that regard. But we've seen tight mayor's races before. We know Patrick Brown, Mayor of Brampton, just talked about that in 2018. He faced that as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Go ahead.
I just want to talk about Stephen Del Duca as well. If you're Andrea Horwath and Stephen Del Duca tonight, how are you feeling?
Yeah, that's an incredibly tough question to ask. Yeah, for us.
As you should. You should feel
Are you
humble.
feeling defeated right now? Like if you're Andrea Horwath or Stephen Del Duca?
You should feel humble, and you should wait until that last vote is counted. That's how they're feeling right now. They're probably like, waiting.
Someone who won by 75 votes knows this very well.
Exactly. I am speaking from experience because ultimately you only need to win by one vote.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's what we need to do is allow that one vote to come in to decide those two mayoralty races.
All right. We were just watching some great live pictures too from Chopper24 over Brampton as the Diwali fireworks and celebrations have been going off there.
It is wild in Brampton.
You look at this. I mean, just
I
take
just
a
had
look
a
no matter
friend
where you
actually
live.
from Brampton text me saying it is wild here tonight.
When you drive through Brampton on a night like Diwali,
Yeah.
it is just amazing. The amount of fireworks and candles
Wow,
and
look at
everything.
those beautiful fireworks.
No, it's beautiful. A lot of people feel they have a lot to celebrate there tonight.
Oh, totally.
And they do. Happy Diwali.
Happy Diwali indeed. All right, well, one place where the celebration is certainly on hold, let's kind of turn back to the campaigns now, of course, is in Hamilton. As we've been saying, this is a live shot inside Andrea Horwath's election HQ. Everyone with their eyes glued to their phones or any other screens in that room because, of course, this race is incredibly tight. No victor yet and a very, very close run. Mark Liverman is in that room now. Mark, describe the feeling in there.
I think tense is the perfect word to describe what everybody in this room, this packed room, is feeling right now, Nick. Really, within the last couple minutes, we saw that change in number go from about 200 or 300 down for Andrea Horwath to just over 1,000. It sounds like she's now leading by. So a big change. Everybody was tense. All of a sudden, they erupted with clapping. Everybody said, "Let's go, Andrea, let's go." So the mood is still very tense as people wait to see what these results will be, but a big change again within a matter of minutes. People now a little bit more quiet as they watch these results come in, but this has been a very close race for the last few hours. I've had a chance to speak to a couple supporters inside, of course. They're nervously waiting. They want to see what happens with some of the downtown ward locations, see what those votes turn out to be, but at this point we'll have to wait and see. And again, this is a person who was the leader of the Ontario NDP party at this point. She resigned later on this summer, now running for mayor of Hamilton, and this is a very close race, Nick. So we'll have to wait and see, but it sounds like a few more votes are in, more claps are in as well as people wait to see what these results are, but it sounds like at this point she's leading by at least 1,000, Nick. So it's a very close race at this point. She's now trailing, it looks like. So again, this is that close of a race that people are dealing with, and obviously people on the edge of their seats as they wait for these results to come in. Nick and Lena, back to you.
Okay, Mark, we will continue checking in with you. Mark Liverman in Hamilton tonight. That race is oh so close. Let's go live to our Steve Ryan now. He is standing by in Ward 18, where Lily Cheng has been elected tonight. Steve.
Very happy crowd here at the Tea Shop 168, and I am with the newly minted councillor, Lily Chang. Lily, thank you for your time. Congratulations on your win. And how do you feel?
I feel like it's very surreal right now. We were climbing this mountain since June, and really just thinking about all the people that came together to make this happen. I'm deeply grateful, and I'm excited about what we can do with the strength of a connected community.
Well, you've got a lot of supporters behind you here, very observant supporters. Now, once they quiet down, tell me about some of the things that you want to, I know you're new and I know it's going to be all brand new stuff for you. What are some of the things you want to tackle when you get to City Hall?
Well, the first thing I want to do is to talk to all the community leaders, community groups, come together and build community goals together. It's not about my vision, it's not about what I want, it's about what do we want together, what do we dream for Willowdale. So my highest priority is being able to tap into the community voice.
How would you describe, great answer by the way, how would you describe this whole experience of campaigning, now becoming a councillor for the first time with all of these people behind you? How do you describe that?
It's humbling. You know, you start out at the beginning of summer, and it was the first summer after pandemic, so people were very busy out at cottages and trips, and at first my team was very small and slim, but it kind of snowballed as I think people caught on to the vision of that building a connected community and the importance of knowing and caring for your neighbors. It really resonated with people at the doors. So it was very grassroots. And I think what we've shown is that community is more important than establishment. And so sometimes it felt like, you know, there was a lot of power piling up against me, but people kept showing up to believe in something together. So I feel very humbled and I'm excited about what we can do together. And I hope that everyone remembers that democracy is not just the day of voting. We all have to keep showing up if we want something better for tomorrow.
Well said, well said. Now, before we go, your mom and dad have left, but your sister is here. So let's call your sister over real quickly.
Sure.
Come, quick. Tell us your name and tell us how proud you are of your sister.
Hi, I'm Ann Chang, and we're so proud of her. We just can't. We're just so excited. There are no words. We're so happy. Yay, Lily!
Yay, Lily. Well done, Lily, and I look forward to seeing you at the City Hall.
Thank you so much.
Send you back to you guys.
Okay, Steve, thanks so much. So that's the latest. Lily Chang elected in Ward 18. Let's check in with our council panel now. Joe, what do you think worked for Chang?
Well, this was a surprising one for a number of us. She was running against an aide to former Councillor Fillion. Councillor Fillion had endorsed the opponent, as had the incumbent MP, as had Mayor Tory. And so this was a surprise. But there was an undercurrent that played out in this ward that many of us are aware of, which was there was a controversial supportive housing project to support homeless people in the community that Councillor-elect Chang did not support. And so the degree to which that played a factor, time will tell, but this was certainly a surprise.
And Kristen, there's another factor too, right, Kristen?
Yeah, I do think so. I think there's also the other factor is that she was very popular with the moms of North York. She started a very popular Facebook group, and sometimes when there's the wave of change in a ward, sometimes an EA from an old councillor sometimes gets swept away. But Lily certainly did her job, and knowing her the way I do, I think that she's got her job cut out because it is a tough job. But she also needs to have the support of the outgoing councillor to just hand over some files, you know, make sure that transition is smooth, and hopefully that will take place. North York is a big area. It's fast growing, very dynamic. And she's definitely going to have her work cut out for her.
Yeah, very important for the two of them to talk. Mike, we'll come to you next. Let's talk about the bigger picture here. A lot of new faces, fresh blood on Toronto City Council.
Well, certainly, and I think that's going to be a net positive for the city, breathe new life into the discussions at City Hall. It is a loss, though, I think, of some of the institutional knowledge that you carry when you have a deep bench. But overall, I think that we'll get new voices. They'll learn, and I hope they'll be able to reflect on the commitments they made during the election. and see how they can bring those to life at City Hall, or see where maybe they were wrong. Because change is hard, and I think all of us know this. When you bring a change to a neighborhood, even something like a speed bump, there's going to be someone that doesn't like it. And the reality is, you got to work with your community. You got to let them understand of the challenges that we're facing as a city and help advance an agenda and projects.
Don't know if we'll get to all of you on this one, but Anna, how do you feel about the responsibility as a former councillor to the person who's coming in and taking over for you in terms of how easy you make that transition for them?
Well, I feel responsible. I think we should have the responsibility. I felt not having it done to me, and it doesn't, it doesn't feel that good. It's not very helpful. So I am looking forward to sitting down with a new councillor and having that transfer of knowledge and files. I just want to add that I think also the number of women have significantly increased. We're not at 50-50 yet, but I think the number of women have increased.
On council overall?
On councillor, if we start looking at the numbers, number of women, number of diverse candidates. So it is a councillor that is starting to look a lot more like the city, so that is the positive.
And that is so important.
As difficult as it is to learn, there is some benefit in having some of that fresh blood as well. So.
Yeah, Anna, you talked about the female representation. Kristen, we're also seeing a lot of diversity on this new council.
Absolutely, and it's actually very exciting because this is what Torontonians have been asking for. I think that we've heard a lot from editorial boards that perhaps council is too stale, too white, too male, and certainly tonight we saw some of that change. And I think Toronto is going to be better for it. It actually says something about where this city is growing and how we want to see ourselves.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch that new council as it forms and comes into action. Indeed. Okay, panel, thank you for that. Time now to check in with CTV's Allison Hurst. Of course, we just showed you the fireworks a few minutes ago. In fact, we're getting more live pictures here from CP24. A bit of a breakup. Bear with us here. She's covering the Diwali celebrations in Brampton tonight and joins us live. Allison.
Yes, you can probably see them all from the chopper shots. We are surrounded here as well by the fireworks as the celebration goes on. I'm also here with Harmandeep and Mandeep, who have just been celebrating Diwali. Happy Diwali to both of you.
Same to you.
So tell me a little bit about the celebrations here today. Did you wait in that long line to get in?
Yes, there's a huge line in for we bow towards our God, and there's a huge line there. After that, we also have to wait for the langar there. It's a prasad. So yeah, it's a quite big line.
And what was it like to be around all of these people again after 2 years of pandemic when you couldn't all gather?
Actually, I've just landed in Canada on 21st September this year, so it's been a great celebration for me, and I'm feeling close to my community, so that's it.
Was it nice then to be surrounded by people here in Brampton?
Yes, exactly. All the Punjabis have gathered here to celebrate Diwali, and also it's a day special for the Bandi Chhor Divas in Sikhism religion, and also in Hinduism it's related with the Lord Rama, who came after exile of 14 years. Yeah, to Ayodhya, back to Ayodhya. Yeah. So this is how Hindus and Punjabis celebrate Diwali festival. They decorate their houses with lights all over, diyas, candles, and you can see the crackers all around.
Yeah, fireworks, great fireworks.
All the fireworks.
Are you surprised to see how many there are this year?
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm out of my country. I feel like it's my own country here. So that's it.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you very much, and happy Diwali to both of you. We'll send it back to you guys at the station.
Okay, Allison, thanks so much. Once again, a live shot from CP24 of the beautiful fireworks in honor of Diwali celebrations. Look at that, beautiful. Okay, let's check in with our Lindsay Biscaya. She's standing by in York South-Weston, where we are still awaiting results for incumbent Francis Nunziata. This is another tight one, Lindsay.
This is a very tight one, Lena, that's right. And we're just outside of Francis Nunziata's, her campaign office is just down the street. This is where she's holding the party for friends and family to gather and watch results come in. And I think a lot of people who are passing by are getting a little bit frustrated, wondering why it's taking so long to get the latest results in. But yes, Francis Nunziata is one of the longest serving councillors in this city. And if she wins tonight, this will be her 8th term as councillor. She's been in politics for a long time, since 1988, so a very familiar face here. But she does have some stiff competition this year. Chiara Padovani is in a close second at the moment, just more than 50 votes behind her. But again, there's still some counting to be done. But she raced against Nunziata back in 2018 and came in 3rd place. So once again, taking a run at it tonight. We'll have to wait and see what results really come in. There's 4 polling stations that still need to be counted, and one of the polling stations that extended its time for voting earlier tonight was in this ward, so it's not clear yet whether that has anything to do with, why it's taking a little longer for these results to come in. But definitely something to watch here because, just because this councillor has been in this city for so long. She was also the mayor of the city of York before it was amalgamated. So once again, a very familiar face here, and people still waiting to see what exactly is going to happen tonight. There's only 3 candidates running in this ward for this election, so not a lot of competition here, but we'll stand by. Frances Nunziata, not sure if she's inside yet, but I have heard that she does want to chat with us when she does arrive, so we'll wait for her to get here. But for now, I'll throw it back to you.
All right, Lindsay, appreciate this. So Ward 5, York Southwest, and a really clear example of why and how every vote counts at this level and any level, really. Jennifer Shung is up at the power board now with more examples of the close races we're following. Jennifer.
Hi, Nick and Lena. Very close races. We've been talking about low voter turnout. Well, we're going to show you 2 places where every vote counts. The difference between the votes combined, it's less than 1,000 in both Hamilton and Vaughan right now in total. So let's start with the situation in Hamilton, where we know that Andrea Horwath is leading only by 434 votes over former Hamilton Chamber of Commerce CEO Keenan Loomis. We have 69% of polls reporting, but this is a very tight race. They've been kind of ping-ponging back and forth throughout the night, as we've been showing you. Now, Keenan Loomis, as we know, he's an immigrant from the U.S. We'll get more into details about him later on. But then let's move over to Vaughan now, where Stephen Del Duca, he's now in the lead by 621 votes. More polls are reporting 81% at this point. But this is also a race where we've seen a lot of flip-flopping between him and Sandra Young Rocco, who's a 5-term councillor, I should say, in the city of Vaughan. So 2 very tight, close races to watch for those people who say, hey, my vote is not going to count. Well, here in Hamilton and Vaughan, these are places where 2 examples of where your vote really matters, especially in these final few hours. Back to you, Lena and Nick.
Okay, Jennifer, thanks so much. Let's check in with our political panel now, talk more about some of these very close races. Adrian, Ward 5, what is going on? What's going wrong for Frances Nunziata?
Oh, well, I don't know what's going on. I think, like, what's the holdup with these 4 polls? I get the explanation we heard. There were a few delays, but I mean, you talked to our council panel earlier about feeling that anxiety. I mean, and just imagine what's going through, Kira's mind and Frances Nunziata's mind. It's pretty intense. But, Frances Nunziata has faced challengers in the past. This is arguably the most concerted effort. This left-wing organization, this Progress Toronto or whatever it's called, they've put money and resources and dollars and effort into certain wards. Nunziata's being one of them. We saw Councillor Grimes as well, now soon-to-be former Councillor Grimes. So that is the pressure that Frances Nunziata is feeling. Though, look, her name recognition is very high, but ultimately, sometimes there could be, it's time for a change. And that it looks like there is, still votes to be counted, but it's very, very tight.
Okay, and moving to Vaughan now, speaking of name recognition, I mean, we give Stephen Del Duca all the credit for having the name recognition as the former leader of the Liberal Party, but Mitzi, Young Racco also has a pretty good track record in Vaughan as well. So while she may not have had the headlines this summer, or this spring, I should say, during the provincial election, she still got the recognition there. Is that how you interpret that, or is there another way to interpret what we're seeing playing out in Vaughan right now?
Yeah, it's going back and forth, and not all the polls are counted. We still have to wait. There is another side to the story, and I think that Sandra Young Rocco and all of her supporters have worked very hard. They were at work at this before Stephen entered the race, and they decided that they were going to see it through to tonight because she wants to lead this community. She would, of course, be a woman at the head, a woman with Asian background at the head. So there would be a story to tell there as well. And I think we're just going to have to wait it out. We're going to have to let these voters in Vaughan decide who they want to be mayor, as much as these 2 individuals are, they want the job. And it's up to the voters to decide. And I think we're just going to have to wait till that last vote is counted.
Yeah, and when we last checked, I believe he had the lead by only about 621 votes. Gaurav, we'll come to you next. He had the backing of Maurizio Bevilacqua. It didn't really help him, did it?
Well, the interesting thing, just to take it back, I want to make one point on the Progress Toronto point that was made earlier. It's really interesting to note that like this organization is not getting, I think, the highlight that it deserves for Toronto this evening. The councillors that they backed throughout Toronto have been largely successful. It's really amazing to see like a grassroots organization like Progress Toronto have that kind of impact across the city. Yes, in Vaughan, it's interesting. It's also, you know, you have a lot of name recognition, but the last election provincially wasn't the best in terms of results as well for Mr. Del Duca. So sometimes name recognition can cut both ways. So that's what I'm thinking at this point, where it's like, you know, because of such a poor turnout, that could have negatively impacted him with respect to his run here in Vaughan.
Okay, and I want to pick up on the Progress Toronto side of the story here too. And Mike, you know, you were talking earlier about not having budgets for polling, et cetera, when you're running at municipal level. When you run up, if you're a candidate that's not necessarily on Progress Toronto's side, and you run up against an organization like that, that's organized, that has money, how much more difficult does that make your race as a candidate on the other side of Progress Toronto, for example?
Well, where endorsements like that and the work of organizations like that are helpful is demonstrating your values and other people's faith in you. There's other organizations that give endorsements, candidates give endorsements. Sure. John Tory ran around giving endorsements across the city. Some were successful and some weren't.
At least 3 weren't, yeah.
And it's you're associating a brand with something and drawing that connection. So in this case, I think today it was demonstrated that while it may have helped some, and certainly Mayor Tory was successful in his efforts, there were some that it didn't pay off. And it was across the city. It wasn't just in downtown wards that have a slightly less support for Tory. It was in his heartland, in South Etobicoke, perhaps even in Scarborough, where we saw the less than stellar numbers for Councillor Crawford.
Joe, I know you want to get in. Anna, you too.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's interesting this election because you were starting to see some people complaining how much the mayor was endorsing, and then you do have organizations like this doing the same thing. So it kind of balances it out. There's the mayor is endorsing, and the organizations like this, sometimes they're in power, their mayor is in power, they don't need to do as much. Then they're not in power and they do as much. The tone is really important, and I have to say, this election, I felt the tone was sometimes a bit over the top on certain pieces that I saw. But I think that us as voters, it's really important to call it out and to understand that these are third-party organizations. There is now legislation that actually legislates, and they have to be transparent about their fundraising and all that. And it is a part of the system nowadays.
I mean, I would just add, it's interesting, at council races, there's 2 different dynamics playing out, and it's worth noting both of them. The first is there are a lot of new voices and more diverse voices, and we've talked about that. Ozma Malik, Chris Moyes, Jamal Myers, Amber Morley, Alejandra Bravo. These are new voices and diverse. But the other story here is, guess what? Only one incumbent lost today. Only one. Most of those new voices are in open seats. 4 of us right here aren't running, right? Yeah. And so the incumbency advantage in the city looms large. And yes, one incumbent went down in Etobicoke Lakeshore, and there's a toss-up seat in York South-Weston. But every incumbent, except one thus far, has been declared a victor. And so these 2 different dynamics. We have new voices in, but those new voices are in because
when one of you decides you're stepping away, right? Yeah.
And it is a message that ultimately, if we truly want to have renewal at City Hall and you want new voices and new blood, we need to weaken that incumbency advantage that remains strong in the city.
Mike, it is incredibly challenging to unseat an incumbent, especially at the municipal level. Does that feel unfair?
Well, I think that's there is an incumbency advantage. There's no denying it. Sometimes that can be a good thing, and sometimes your reputation in your community can hold you back, because they're like we've seen up in Willowdale. Like, there were some difficult decisions about supportive housing that in fact it's the side that would prefer not to have it that's winning out today. So that baggage was carried to the person that received the endorsement, and they also received the endorsement from the mayor and didn't win. There's other things though that we need to overcome, and one is money. Fundraising, if you're not a well-known personality, fundraising for campaigns is extremely difficult. You need to get all your money up front, and then the rebates come a year and a half later. There are other ways of doing it and financing municipal elections that would make it fair.
I want to just highlight that, you know, the newcomers that won this time round, many of them have run previously. Whether it's Alejandra Bravo
yeah.
or it's Chiara Padovani, or if it's Amber Murley or Lily Chang, all of them have run before, and they actually kept staying in their community. They worked really hard. They canvassed throughout the year. They were putting out newsletters I've seen. They were actually shadowing the councillors. So yes, absolutely, Progress Toronto was instrumental in bringing new volunteers and helping drop flyers. But we cannot discount the hard work of the candidates who actually built resources and actually built their community up with them. And I think that they would probably be the first to tell you that it's taken more than just a 5-month election cycle to win. For many of them, they feel like they've been canvassing for 4 years.
So really, is that the formula? I don't know who wants to pick up on this, but is that the formula? Is it the hard work, the getting your name out there, the planning this years in advance that's the way to overcome the incumbency advantage? Anna, I'll start with you.
The first election when I ran, I was running against the aide of the councillor that was leaving. And I left my job in March and campaigned every single day until October. From March to October, every single day. I did my area
7 months.
3 times.
Wow.
3 times I knocked at every single door. And there's nothing like that contact with the voters, especially municipally, that community contact. And that's why we see some of these races. It's really the grassroots movement. It's having your family coming through. It's having your voters, your supporters, your neighbors. Those make these municipal campaigns.
your ability
really
to
need
do
to
that.
say, but just on that, it shouldn't be that hard. Right? It's what
That's
you've
I'm
heard
saying,
here.
7 months of not having an income.
Former Councillor Wongtam, Kristen talking about years of work, years of campaigning, essentially. You know, Anna talking about how she left everything on the line, left her job March before a fall election. It shouldn't be that hard to defeat an incumbent in this city, in a city that wants voices that reflect and represent the diversity of the city, in a city that needs renewal and change on issues. Beating an incumbent should not be that hard. And so, yes, you need hard work, but we also need electoral reform. I would argue you need term limits. You need a number of measures. You need finance reform to make it easier to raise money. You need to break down the incumbency advantage beyond hard work and leaving your job early to do so.
Mike, is there any part of you that feels good about leaving City Council knowing that you're making way for somebody else?
Well, the part of me that feels good about leaving City Council is the part of me that gets to put my kids to sleep now every night. You know, I'm going to miss participating in those council meetings. I'm probably going to watch and start yelling at the screen at any of the speakers. No, maybe not.
Please,
maybe not. So I
Don't
just
be one of those that watches, please.
I look forward to the opportunity to transition the new person into the role and to sit down with them and say, yo, these are the projects that I'm really passionate about, or I was passionate about. I hope you'll continue them on. Oh, and by the way, here's some stuff that you need to know about the community that continue to be challenges that you're going to have to struggle with and put your own mark on.
And Kristen, you know, you've of course moved to the more senior level of government, the provincial level now here, where it's interesting because voter turnout tonight, we haven't really discussed it very much yet, but we know it's down. It's down fairly significantly. But municipal politics, as I think Mike or Joe was saying, you know, when you wake up and go to bed, everything you do in between the day is touched by municipal politics. How do you feel that difference between the connection and the level exactly of municipal to provincial?
Well, that is one of the reasons why I actually jumped into provincial politics, is that so much of what happens to the City of Toronto actually happens at Queen's Park. And we know that with the strong mayor's powers that were just granted to Mayor Tory, you know, he's going to have a lot of responsibility to take on, and he has to be held accountable. So this is what, you know, why we need to have a strong opposition. Sometimes we need to have a strong you know, independent thinking councillors who will be able to sort of push back when necessary. Obviously, there's lots of room to find ways to work together, but when something is wrong or perhaps it's not, you know, the right thing to do for the local community or even for the city budget, we're facing $1 billion deficit almost right before the end of this year. These are big, significant problems that will need council to work together. So the strong mayor powers will have to be exercised, I would say, hopefully never. And the best way for us to grow the city is to move it forward. But City Council will have to find a way to sort through some of the challenges that we see that are coming down from the province, including this week we anticipate some pretty damning legislation that could probably strip away development charges, which are essential revenues for the city. We know that the city is probably going to lose the rental replacement program. Again, this is provincial legislation that's coming down very quickly. Tomorrow, it is all being tabled. So council is going to have to get to work, and we're going to need a mayor who's going to be strong enough to stand up for the city's interests.
So Anna, Kristen just touched on strong mayor powers. I want to get your thoughts as a longtime housing advocate for the city. I mean, is this the way we tackle this crisis we're looking at in this city? I mean, how do we make housing more attainable?
Well, I think the first thing that we need to understand is that we're not going to solve the housing crisis just with the legislation. It is part of the equation, but we need to continue to have governments that invest in money. We have a housing system that is in crisis from, the supportive housing all the way to the market housing. And some things that the government is announcing tomorrow, a lot of people have been asking for. There's some good things. There's some good things that we're all looking at and waiting to see the details because there's a lot of concerns around that. And who's going to foot the bill to pay for all that? That is going to be really important. That's the real question that needs to be answered.
Okay, an important question.
If you consider housing, 8 years ago in 2014, the number one issue, according to all the polling going into that election, was traffic and congestion. In 2022, this year, the number one issue, all of the research said, and I can tell you from all the candidates I spoke to, was housing. Housing. And so that is going to be, as it relates to affordability and the housing crunch, the defining issue of the next 4 years. And it's going to be up to every order of government, and we're going to need lots of tools. But there was a housing mandate delivered in this election, and that's what this council is going to have to try and deliver on.
Okay. We'll check in with you guys soon. Thanks so much. We have some more results coming in if we can take a look. We'll take you to Richmond Hill now, where we're getting some official results there. And you can see David West, re-elected mayor of Richmond Hill. So he gets another term tonight. He is the winner. And you can see he's done very well. 29 out of 29 polls reporting there, and an 18,000 vote lead for David West.
And Frank Scarpitti, after being in a close race for much of the evening, he has been re-elected. CP24's decision desk declaring that Frank Scarpitti will be back as mayor of Markham for another term there. Ultimately, a 20,000 vote win there. All the polls are in, and there's no doubt there. Frank Scarpitti has won.
Okay, and in Aurora, we can tell you another incumbent going back to City Hall. Tom Marakis has been re-elected there. Let's take a look at his numbers if we can now. See if that was a tight race at all. And you can see it sure wasn't. A very decisive victory for Tom Marakis. He is the winner in Aurora.
Okay, let's stick around York Region right now. In fact, no, we're moving to Peel Region. This is Caledon. Annette Groves has been elected mayor of Caledon. So that is, I believe, a new mayor in Caledon. Yep. Annette Groves taking over there. Jennifer Innes was a longtime councillor in Caledon running for mayor, but about a 2,700 vote win for Groves there.
Yeah, no incumbent there. And this is a big one. In Milton, Gord Krantz has been re-elected, the longest serving mayor in that municipality since 1980. Let's take a closer look at that race, and he has done well tonight, but that was tight. He won by 995 extra votes there.
Okay, we're actually going to go to our Scott Hurst right now. He's joined, well, I'm not going to spoil it, but so Scott, go ahead. You've got a good guest there at your location in Spadina for York.
Nick and Lena, as we continue to watch the votes come in, here's someone that could probably give us some insight into what's going on in Hamilton with Andrea Horwath, MPP Marit Stiles. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. It's very close in Hamilton. Obviously, you've worked very closely with Horwath herself. What are your thoughts? What are your feelings about that race right now?
Well, never count her out. That's what I'd say. Andrea is a fighter. She's a scrapper, and she's worked really, really hard for this. So it's a nail biter, I know. We've had a few of them this evening. But I still believe she can do it. I'm sure she will. She's worked really hard to get to this place.
At this point, as we're waiting for the numbers to come in, being so close, what do you think is going through her camp right now? What's going through her mind right now as she's sitting there waiting, and we're getting later and later into the night?
Yeah, it's always stressful. I mean, a lot of us have had close races, and you're kind of wondering, which polls have yet to report. We're seeing that here, where Norm de Pasquale is also kind of waiting to see what's going to happen in a few other races too. And so your whole team is, everybody's nervous, and they know that if it's really, really close, there could be a recount involved. But I think as well, everybody is probably feeling pretty good that they did everything they could, right? You give it your all for weeks and weeks and weeks, and really now it's up to the voters and the folks who are counting those polls. Yeah.
And at this point, obviously being in provincial politics, but a Toronto riding, you work very closely with probably a lot of city councillors, mayors throughout the region. Your thoughts on the changing council, particularly here in Toronto?
Well, really some important wins tonight, for sure. And when I look at, the kind of legislation that Doug Ford has passed, this strong mayor, so-called strong mayor legislation, I think that Mayor Tory had a number of close calls tonight, but also quite a few of the folks that he endorsed did not do very well. And I think that speaks to people's general concern with how the city is managing, and people wanting to see, and I heard this on the doorsteps, people want to see city councillors who are going to organize and push back and make sure that even if Doug Ford doesn't like it, that we have a voice here in Toronto. And so people like Osman Malik and Alejandro Bravo in my riding, really fantastic wins. Chris Moyes, Amber Morley, it's an exciting evening for a lot of progressives.
MPP Mara Stiles, thanks so much for your time and insight on municipal politics, and I appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure.
So Nick and Lena, we're still here monitoring a close race with Norm de Pasquale in Spadina for York. It's still quite close at the moment. As Mara mentioned, this is one of many close races throughout the region right now. So we're watching this one. And as she also just mentioned, she's watching, we're all watching what's happening in Hamilton right now as well. Send it back to you.
Okay, Scott Hurst live with Mart Stiles tonight. Thanks so much for this. We're going to take you to Brampton now. That is where our Beatrice Faisman is hanging out at Patrick Brown headquarters. Beatrice.
The mayor still on stage right now taking photos with some of his supporters right now. Lena, there's been a long line of people eager to congratulate Patrick Brown on his re-election for a second term to the mayor's office. And I've got Councillor Harkirat Singh here, who's also celebrating a second term in office. Congratulations on your re-election.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
What do you say to the people of Wards 9 and 10 who set you back there to get the job done for the next 4 years for them?
Right now, it's just a simple thank you, thank you, thank you. The amount of support we had, I wasn't even expecting it myself. The love out there was surreal, and it's been the honor of my life to represent the area for the past 8 years, and to have the opportunity to do it 4 more is amazing.
I want to say happy Diwali to you, Councillor Singh. And tell me, how difficult was it to make sure that people in your community, the South Asian community, managed to make it out to cast their ballots on a celebration as important as Diwali?
Absolutely critical. Voter turnout was alarmingly low, and having a strong GOTV, getting out the vote, was imperative. All the campaigns focused on that messaging that this year election is on Diwali and Bandi Chhod Divas. So advanced voting was very critical, and my wards did have the highest amount of advanced voting in the city.
We saw advanced voting up some 35% or so in Brampton compared to the last municipal election. I want to talk to you about the dysfunction. It's been plaguing Brampton City Council since really the start of the year. What do you do moving forward to make sure that the people of Brampton aren't suffering because council can't, speak with one voice to get things done?
Yeah, the dysfunction was absolutely something I've never experienced before, but I always try to stay out of it and focused on the issues, and we'll continue to do that in this term. I work with all sides, and I do support the mayor. We have a great relationship, and we'll just try to stay out of the politics of politics and focus on the issues and policies that really matter for our residents.
I'm sure that's what they're hoping to see as well. Councillor Harkirat Singh, thanks so much, and again, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Lena and Nick, I'll send it back to you in the newsroom.
All right, Beatrice, great conversation there. Let's head back over to Jennifer Shung right now for more of the sort of details behind the numbers we're seeing tonight at the Power Board. Jennifer.
Thank you, Nick and Lena. So Beatrice was just mentioning the word dysfunction, and I have a story for you out of the Hamilton-Niagara area that might touch on a bit of dysfunction. It's a story of two brothers who are the only ones running for mayor there, and they haven't spoken to each other for 30 years. So let's take you there right now to Port Colborne, where incumbent Bill Steele has won by 62.8%, beating his brother Charles, who he hasn't spoken to in 30 years. That's according to Charles. We don't know what the conflict is, only that they haven't spoken in decades. And Charles, the brother here who lost by more than 1,200 votes, says that he wanted to run against his brother because he just didn't want him to go unopposed. And he's kind of tired of the way that things are going in Port Colborne, so he thought he'd throw his hat in the ring. But he did lose to his brother Bill, so I'm not sure if there was a consolation kind of phone call happening there, concession phone call, but we will have to wait and see if anything more comes out of this very interesting story. But it is unique to see two brothers, the only ones running for mayor in Port Colborne, and Bill Steele, the incumbent, wins a second term. He's a longtime city councillor, and I guess, you know, the people of this region have spoken, and they want him back as mayor. Back to you.
Okay, Jennifer, thanks.
Steele versus Steele. Okay, Adrian, you're the editor-in-chief of the Toronto Sun. That's one of those quirky stories that people are going to read and click on.
Yeah, not quite Hadfield and McCoy, Steele versus Steele, right?
Yeah.
You know, this is such the interesting part of local politics, and I think it was Councillor Layton that talked about it earlier. This is the level of government that touches everybody every single day. You physically see your garbage going away. You physically drive on the roads. You know, you want your councillors to get it right and focus and really have that value for your tax dollars. You know, the pipes, the pavement, the policing. These are the you know, the big ones. And it's fascinating to watch, you know, a small community like Port Colborne. Yeah.
Family Feud.
If you don't, Family Feud. If you don't like how you're being governed, you throw your hat in the ring, and you make your voice heard, and you present your ideas. So
Even if it's your brother.
Even if it's your brother. I mean, these are reality. It happens. Yeah. You know, it happens in professional sports. You know, siblings play against one another. Absolutely. You know, politics
I will never run against my brother.
That was the next, yeah.
I don't think we're going to see Singh versus Singh.
If you're watching tonight,
it would be fascinating. It would be fascinating.
Never will happen unless he crosses
it. But I really think it's fun. I think a good job, Port Colborne, for bringing us an interesting story.
Gaurav, what would that be like, you and Jagmeet Singh up against each other?
First, he'd beat me up a little bit, and then I would definitely say no. My brother and I have he's a big brother. No, we have an amazing relationship. The funny story is I actually pushed my brother to get into politics way back in the day. He didn't want to get into it, and I saw so much potential in him. So I pushed him. I was a little bit of the bad guy. I did a bit of not the physical beating up. I kind of just pushed him a bit aggressively, and he thanks me for pushing him in that positive way, because it was born out of seeing so much potential in him. So I'm on record to say I will only door knock from brother, never run against him.
But you did shout out to Harpreet Singh, who's in Brampton. I want you to play off what you heard from him just now with Beatrice.
Yeah. Harpreet Singh is the city councillor wards 9 and 10. And in Brampton, he is known as being one of the greatest consensus builders. He's a progressive, and he is someone who really demonstrates. There's another story about Brampton's City Council that is going to be told, hopefully in the positive very shortly, where we have young, progressive minds getting elected more and more. When you talk about the power of incumbency in Brampton, prior to the last couple of elections, it was the same council for years. Over the past couple of elections, we've seen change come in, and I think it's going to usher in really a bright future for Brampton, where we're going to see a lot of good things done to make sure that no one's left behind around housing, around healthcare, around affordability, and more.
Okay, I know that a lot of the races tonight are very tight. Mitzi and Adrian, I'll get you to weigh in here. Some might wonder about a recount. We're learning tonight the Municipal Elections Act says a recount is only required in the event of the tie. So that's good to know, right?
It's very helpful to know that it's not sort of automatically triggered. I mean, which just happens at other levels of government. So I don't think we're going to see a tie tonight. I think that it will be eked out one way or the other. Momentum is just looking well in the direction for Stephen Del Duca and Vaughan, and for Andrea Horwath in Hamilton. I just do want to make a comment on some of the ward races in the city of Mississauga. We talk about the mayor is so important, but who's getting elected into city council? This is, a young Alan Tedjo, who, of course, Mitzi Hunter knows as well, just elected in Ward 2 in Mississauga.
Okay, we'll leave it there. We'll be back with our panel. We're going to take a quick break now. You're watching Your Vote 2022. CP24's special election coverage continues right after this. 4 more years for Toronto Mayor John Tory, who's been re-elected to a 3rd term tonight.
And mayors also returning to Brampton and Mississauga with victories for Patrick Brown and Bonnie Crombie.
2 former provincial party leaders, Stephen Del Duca and Andrea Horwath, facing tight races.
And several new faces will be reporting for duty at Toronto City Hall as it returns.
From 299 Queen Street West, this is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Hello, I'm Lena Ladafat.
And I'm Nick Dixon. Thanks for joining us. John Tory has been elected to a 3rd term as Toronto's mayor.
It gives me so much pride to introduce to you our mayor for another 4 years, John Tory.
Tory has the chance to become the longest-serving mayor in the city's history since amalgamation if he remains in office for the entire 4-year term.
CP24's Christina Tenalia has spent the night at the Royal York, that is Tory HQ, and joins us live. Boy, it's cleared out there because Tory supporters, I think, were feeling pretty confident tonight, Christina.
They were. Mayor Tory won. They felt good. They felt a sense of relief. They partied, and then they went home. Mayor John Tory will be moving on to his 3rd term as mayor here in the city of Toronto. The first mayor post-amalgamation to successfully proceed with a 3rd term. And he will, if he makes it through these 4 years, the goal, of course, is that he will succeed Art Eggleton to become the longest serving mayor in the city of Toronto. You know, something John Tory said in 2014, just before he was first elected mayor of the city, is he doesn't need the money. He doesn't need the profile either. His background includes high-profile roles with the CFL and Rogers Communications and even a very popular radio show on News Talk 1010. And he had said at the time that for him it was about public service. And he was quite clear tonight when he used the word unfinished business. He was given his first term in 2014, re-elected in 2018, but then there was the interruption of the pandemic. So now he has the opportunity to complete and really make good on some outstanding promises from 8 years ago. Now, one challenge that Mayor Tory-elect Tory, that is coming up against has to do with an $875 million budget shortfall in the city. The concern is that an already
Okay, Christina, we have breaking election news. CP24 is making a call.
CP24 declares Andrea Horwath has won in Hamilton. The former Ontario NDP and opposition leader now elected the new mayor of Hamilton, but this was not easy. This was a close race. Take a look right now at the situation for Andrea Horwath here. As you know, she left provincial politics, but look at the numbers here.
Wow.
Look at the numbers on this board. About 1,600 votes at this point, separating her from Keenan Loomis, but CP24's decision desk giving the check mark to Andrea Horwath, meaning that she will be the next mayor.
It was back and forth all night, and you can see in the end, Andrea Horwath came out on top.
Wow, what a close race that was. Yeah.
And Patrick Brown has been re-elected as mayor of Brampton.
Now, the biggest challenge facing Brown in his 2nd term will be overcoming the disputes and controversies within the city's council.
CP24's Beatrice Vaisman has been live at Brown headquarters all night and joins us live with the latest. I'm sure they're thrilled where you are tonight, Beatrice.
They are, and Patrick Brown still here hours after CP24 declared him to get a second term in office, still meeting with supporters, taking photographs, taking the time to shake hands with the people who sent him back to the city's top job. Patrick Brown saying he feels as though he delivered on some of his campaign promises back in 2018, like freezing property taxes, like ensuring seniors can get free rides on transit, and he feels as though he had the best track record that the people of Brampton could count on him to serve them for another 4 years. You mentioned the dysfunction at Brampton City Hall. Everyone that I've been talking to here acknowledges it was a serious problem over the course of the last several months. It was tough to get for these city councillors and the mayor to get anything passed, anything through council, because there was simply a 5-on-5 battle. You had one faction who supported the mayor, and you had another who opposed him, and then there were allegations of mismanagement of funds. There was a Municipal Act allegation that was breached as well, and then you had Patrick Brown going off to seek the leadership of the Conservative Party of Canada. He was booted out of that race back in the summer, and he decided, I'm going to seek another term here in the city of Brampton. And so tonight, the people in this city, the fourth largest in the province of Ontario, have resoundingly given him a mandate to go back to work for them. Here's what Patrick Brown said in his victory speech tonight.
We ran a positive campaign. We refused to engage in the ugly side of politics and focused on what we've achieved for Brampton over the last 4 years and what we hope to achieve in the next 4. And I'm proud to say we stood up for Brampton over the last 4 years. We fought for Brampton over the last 4 years.
And when I asked Mayor Patrick Brown about the dysfunction on City Council, he says that he feels as though that dysfunction is behind him now. He feels he's got the majority support, the majority vote. In fact, 3 of the councillors who opposed Patrick Brown, 2 of them did not seek re-election. A third, Charmaine Williams, now sits at Queen's Park as an MPP. And so he now feels Brampton City Council is back in business to work for the people who sent him back to office. Back to you.
Okay, Beatrice Baseman reporting live tonight. Thank you, Beatrice. In Mississauga, Bonnie Crombie has won a 3rd term as mayor.
Crombie's been mayor of the growing city since 2014 and was handed a commanding mandate. Let's check in with CP24's Bakari Savage at the Metalworks in Mississauga, which tonight was Crombie HQ. Bakari.
Nick and Lena, with just over 82,000 votes, Mayor Bonnie Crombie welcomes a 3rd term. 4 years ago, she had just over 76% of the vote. And again, she's ushering in a new era for the city of Mississauga, separating from Peel Region, something that has been part of her platform. This city of just about 830,000 people, and she was surrounded by her family during tonight's victory. Here's a little of what she shared earlier.
I will continue to stand up for our city and what's best for our city. Unite, not divide people. Fight for fairness while advancing our efforts to build a world-class city that is the envy of the world. Know that you can count on me to get the job done.
And with that, from MP to Ward 5 City Councilor and 3-time Mayor of Mississauga, Bonnie Crombie has victory once again. Nick, Lena, back to you.
Thank you, Bakari. CP24's Eden DeBeva joins us live from Stephen Del Duca's election headquarters in Vaughan, where the race is just too close to call. Eden.
Well, it's been a tight race all the way down to the bitter end, but it seems like Del Duca is pulling ahead. You can see the excitement steadily growing as we get closer and closer to Del Duca's arrival. People up celebrating, laughing. It was tense for quite a while there, but people are now lining up at the entrance where Del Duca is expected to come through and give a speech, introduced, of course, by current Mayor Bevilacqua. And this was a tight race, again, down to the end. a lot of people checking their phones. There was regular updates there on the podium, letting people here know exactly where the polls stand. But again, we're still waiting for that official confirmation, and Del Duca seems to be waiting for that himself to really come out here and give that speech. Again, whether it's a victory or a concession remains to be seen, but he is polling ahead right now, so it seems like he might be headed towards a victory. Sending it back to you, Nick and Lena.
Yeah, we'll keep watching that one. As we mentioned, too close to call indeed. Eden, thanks. Let's give you some updates on the Toronto ridings, winners, etc. Michael Thompson has been re-elected in Scarborough North. The longtime councillor is facing 2 sexual assault charges in Muskoka, and those allegations led to him resigning as deputy mayor. Thompson's next court date is set for November 1st, and his lawyer has said he plans to plead not guilty.
In Spadina, Fort York, Asma Malik has been elected as a first-term councillor. That riding was left without an incumbent. That's after Joe Cressy, who held a prominent role during Toronto's initial battle against COVID-19, declared he was leaving city politics. Malik will be the first woman to wear a hijab on Toronto Council.
It's beautiful because this is never about one person. It's about a whole community of people. It's about a call for change, about a Toronto that we can believe in, a Toronto for all of us. Yes, yes. And that's what this is a representation of. And I'm so proud to have been on the ballot, but I'm bringing everyone with me to make sure that we have a city hall that actually is going to champion the needs of residents, especially in our downtown communities.
And former councillor John Burnside has been re-elected, this time in Don Valley East. Burnside was recently in the role of manager strategic initiatives at City Hall.
Well, you know, these wards are so big now that I think, and they're so diverse, right? And to say that I have a priority in one specific area is a little bit misleading. I want to really connect with all the communities, whether it's Flemington Park, Winford Heights, Fenside, Don Mills, you know, you name it, Victoria Village. It's connecting and understanding what the needs are of each community and then working towards those goals.
Lily Chang won Ward 18 Willowdale in a very close race after John Fillion announced in June that he was retiring.
Well, the first thing I want to do is to talk to all the community leaders, community groups, come together and build community goals together. It's not about my vision, it's not about what I want, it's about what do we want together, what do we dream for Willowdale. So my highest priority is being able to tap into the community voice.
All right. That was Lily Cheng. Now, Chopper 24 was over the skies right across the GTA. This was Brampton tonight, where thousands are celebrating Diwali. As you can see, the fireworks could be seen as the community gathered for the Festival of Lights. Beautiful stuff.
Absolutely. We'll take a quick break now. You're watching Toronto's Breaking News, CP24. We'll be back after a short break with Your Vote 2022, CP24's special election coverage. Stay with us.
Okay, we're back, and breaking news, CP24 is making the call.
This is the race many have been waiting for. The result, CP24 declares a Stephen Del Duca victory. The former Ontario Liberal leader is elected the new mayor of Vaughan. Let's bring in our political panel to talk more about this. Adrian, I mean, this was tight. Let's take a look at these results. Wow.
851 vote difference.
851 votes.
It is incredibly close, and you know, one of the big storylines of tonight is a very low voter turnout province-wide. And this is a city that had a competitive mayor's race, because as many of us have talked about before, one of the things that sort of pulls attention to any of the other votes, other races like councillors' race, trustees' races, is an interesting or competitive mayor's race. That obviously wasn't the case. We're going to find a very low voter turnout in the city of Vaughan as well. But, you know, congratulations to Stephen Del Duca. He clearly learned some lessons from the provincial election. Had a good get out the vote team, and now he's got a lot of work to do. But you know, if you're Premier Doug Ford, you're looking at this obviously very carefully. We just saw him tweet a congratulations to all the incumbents and newly elected councillors, trustees, etc., all across the province. But now Andrea Horwath and Stephen Del Duca are back at the table, and they're very significant players representing two very large cities in the province of Ontario, where the Ford government has big plans for. So it's going to be, and now it's an interesting, different dynamic, certainly, right? Because they are municipal leaders versus at the provincial table. But their perspective also is going to change as well. So it's going to be a fascinating time in the coming months in
Gertjan,
politics.
so much of politics is relationships. What about that, the relationship between Ford, Horwath, Del Duca?
And especially when it comes to dealing with big cities, right? These are cities that have huge populations. They need huge amounts of investment from housing and transit and more. So the reality is he's going to have to work alongside these mayors. And he's also tabling this big city mayor powers, which is probably going to impact cities like Hamilton and Vaughan as well. So that's interesting to see.
Final thoughts to you. Andrea Horwath, Stephen Del Duca, both of them will have to work with Doug Ford now. How do you see that playing out?
Well, listen.
I like the laugh.
Well, I'm laughing because, you know, the lens that they have to look at is through the eyes of the people of Hamilton, the people of Vaughan. And they're going to have to bring those concerns to the Premier. As we know, cities are creatures of the province. And it is going to be a different dynamic, this set of mayors, because of the strong mayors legislation that's already impacting Ottawa and Toronto and these other big city mayors to come. So, you know, budgets are falling short, you know, because of we're still dealing with the vicissitudes of the pandemic. Transit ridership has not come back the way it was before, and we know that the cities have very, very, very tight budgets. So they are going to be looking to the province, to the federal government, to plug some of those holes as they've done in the past. They're obviously going to resist that, but I'm sure there's going to be some tension.
That's where those relationships come in.
Stephen and Andrea will bring that forward.
They're going to have to work together.
Okay, well, as we mentioned, Stephen Del Duca has won in Vaughan. As we go to break right now, we'll take you live to Del Duca HQ, where he is about to, at some point, the next little while, deliver that victory speech to supporters. More right after this.
Welcome back to CP24 special election coverage. We're speaking with our Toronto City Council tonight. That conversation continues. It's been a long and exciting night, and I just have to ask, are any of you thinking about running for mayor in 4 years?
I'm not.
Okay.
You can rule me out right away.
Okay.
Okay, that's a no from Joe Cressy.
I'm hoping in 2026 the NDP will form government in Ontario.
Okay.
Mike?
And
I have
I'll
no
be
plans currently to run for mayor.
Currently, okay.
And I don't know if I would ever come back to politics or not. It was not my intention when I first ran, and I might not come back. We will see.
Okay,
so
that's a maybe.
So, Kristen, since you are still in politics, I won't ask you this question, but Joe, you've sort of declared almost that you're not coming back. Do you feel a little bit strange tonight, then, knowing that maybe this is at least the end of the foreseeable future of your political career?
No, listen, I think if I'm feeling anything tonight, two things. First is, frankly, a little energized about the diversity on council that we're announcing. This will be the most diverse city council we've ever had. That's a good thing. And the other thing, which is less uplifting, is voter turnout that Adrian Batra was talking about earlier. Yeah. This will be the lowest voter turnout in the city's history. And that's not a good sign. That's never a good sign. So a more diverse, young, empowered council, good sign. Low voter turnout, bad sign for democracy.
And this is on top of the lower voter turnout we just had a few months ago in provincial elections. Yeah. So there's a trend here on the actually engagement in politics as a whole, and I think we need to pay attention to it.
Yeah. Okay, when we take a look at the results tonight, anybody you think could be a good deputy mayor? Mike?
Well, I think the mayor's got to look seriously at finding some geographical representation. I think attempts were made at that in the past years. He's definitely going to have to look for some candidates that perhaps will be challenging him on some of the major issues, and I think he should welcome it. Welcome a diversity of opinions to that core circle. It is largely just the name on a door rather than actually having any power, but he should welcome at least propping up some of those voices so that they're at the table.
Well, and the question is the mayor going to continue to have 4 deputy mayors or not 4 deputy mayors? That's the first decision he has to make, because this is actually something that this mayor did. The previous one didn't do that, so it's a choice that he has. So that's actually the first choice. Should he have 4 or just 1? Yeah. I have the opinion that 1 should be enough, but
20 seconds or so here, Joe.
Well, Mayor Tory's first term, restoring civility to City Hall. His second term, confronting the pandemic, worst moment in our city's history. Third term will be about his legacy. So assembling a team across the geographical diversity and political diversity to implement a legacy. And a housing legacy has to be it.
Well, listen, Joe Cressy, Kristen Wong-Tam, Mike Layton, and Anna Baila, former councillors, all of you, we have appreciated your insight and analysis throughout this 4.5 hours or so here. So thank you so much for being here tonight. Do appreciate this, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you so much for the good television and all the insight. We so appreciate it. And we also want to thank our political panel tonight, Guratan Singh, Adrian Batra, and Mitzi Hunter. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you for all of your insights.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been really a great night here to be speaking to you. And of course, we have much more, or a little bit more left to go here this evening, of course. So we'll take a quick break here on CP24 News, breaking news, and back with the latest on our special election coverage.
Stay with us.
All right, well, it was a nail-biter, but at the end of the day, Andrea Horwath, former NDP and opposition leader, has won. She will be the next mayor of Hamilton. She's mayor-elect. She is hugging and sort of celebrating that win with her, supporters in Hamilton. This after just finally going over the top, narrowly beating Keenan Loomis in the race to become Hamilton's next mayor, taking over from Fred Eisenberg.
And this is a full circle moment for Andrea Horwath tonight. She served on Hamilton City Council in the 90s, early 2000s, and of course moved on to Queen's Park after that, but she's heading back to Hamilton City Hall.
An absolute return.
Celebrating big tonight.
And you can see how excited everybody is at the Spice Factory there. All right. Jennifer Shung's been working the power board all night, giving us some really intriguing insights and numbers behind the races. Jennifer.
Okay, thank you, Nick and Lena. I want to show you some of the mayoral races in parts of the GTA and a few that aren't, starting with Oakville. Incumbent Rob Burton has won a 5th term, and this was a pretty close race, leading by only 886 votes. So he has won the poll. He's won their polls 100%. Reporting, so he has won. He's returning as the mayor of Oakville. And then I want to take you to Halton Hills, where there's no incumbent, but former mayor Rick Bonnet has endorsed former councillor Ann Lawler as the mayor, and she's won there by only 580 votes. Okay, next up, we'll take you to Ottawa, where Mark Sutcliffe, a former journalist, has beat out Catherine McKenney. Several surveys showed that McKenney was going to win. Clearly, she did not. And this was quite a landslide, 42,000. And quite a campaign there as well. Finally, last but not least, we will take you to London. A new mayor here, Josh Morgan. He visited 1,000 homes last night. He had quite a campaign. He was endorsed by former mayor Ed Holder. Nick and Lena, back to you.
Jennifer, thanks so much. You're watching Toronto's Breaking News, CP24. Your Vote 2022 continues right after this. Stay with us for our special coverage. A live look of Stephen Del Duca celebrating with his supporters tonight. He, of course, has been elected mayor of Vaughan. This is a big night for him. It was a tight race, but in the end, Stephen Del Duca, former Ontario Liberal leader, came out on top.
Yeah, political comeback of sorts for Del Duca. He's acknowledged he doesn't know that much about municipal politics per se, but of course he was the former Ontario Liberal leader. 4.5 months ago, of course, he lost that election to Doug Ford, left the leadership of Liberals, but now he's going to be leading Vaughan for the next 4 years.
And he had the support of outgoing Mayor Mauricio Bevilacqua. Stephen Del Duca coming out on top tonight.
And thank you so much for joining us on our special municipal election coverage all night. Thank you.